Hello.
Welcome, everyone. Thank you for joining us tonight at the Town of Scarborough, Wednesday, May 15th, 2024 workshop. This is on proposed cannabis amendments. I want to thank everyone here joining us this evening to have this discussion. I'd like to actually just start with some brief introductions. We'll start with Liam on the left here.
Sure, Liam Gallagher, Assistant Town Manager.
I'm Phil Saucier, Town Attorney from Bernstein Shore.
Jill Cohen with the Cohen Law Maine here, representing my client Coastal Maine Cannabis, and I represent numerous other clients in Scarborough.
Shelley Pelletier, owner of 10 and 20 Snow Canyon Road.
Mark Hill, owner of 10 and 20 Snow Canyon Road.
Thank you. Appreciate you guys coming out. So I kind of wanted to just quickly set the table before we jump into some discussion. The format tonight, we'll just do quick 30 minutes with you here, and then we're going to turn it over to council discussion for about 60 minutes. So there's couple things I wanted to, this is quite an informal setting, and I've often, anyone that's been watching knows that I like to kind of shoot straight and just try to get around some of the more legalese aspects of this and let you know that, we're here for what really boils down to is what we perceive as an ordinance violation. And that's what we're attempting to solve for. We're not here to discuss whether cannabis as an industry is good or bad. We're not here to discuss whether there's medical benefits or not. That's not part of why we're here. It's plain and simple. We think we have an ordinance problem. We're trying to solve it. And we have constituents that have brought this to attention for the last 2 years. We have, and I'll fully admit, I was on a tour of your facility. And I think everyone should know this. It looks like you have made significant efforts to curb any type of odors escaping your property. So I think that needs to be acknowledged as well. And when we can come together and be honest about the situation we're currently in with each other, let's not get our hair up right now. Let's try to see if we can solve this. All right. And that's why we wanted you here tonight. We're in the middle of an ordinance change. We need to find a solution that works for enforcement, right? We want to verify if a complaint is real. We want better enforcement mechanisms. And what we have to acknowledge right now is our current ordinance is not actually allowing us to do that. So that's what we're here to problem solve for. I think that's the big overview. I don't know if anyone here quickly wants to chime in a little bit on that before we open this up to a broader discussion. Yes.
Coastal Maine Cannabis, what is the address of that?
Well, it's actually the building owned under Marsh LLC, correct?
Yes.
And
It's not correct. They're at 10 and 20 Snow.
All right, great. So with that, I think we have before us, we're in the middle. And if you remember at the last meeting, we tabled some enforcement changes. We wanted to have this sit down and talk with the owners of 10 and 20 Snow Canyon Road. And of course, your legal representation. Phil is here to help guide some of this discussion as we go through this evening. But I think right now, I'd like to hear from you as the owners and let this council know. And this is the other aspect of this workshop that's going on right now is we have as a full council really haven't had that opportunity to have this discussion. It's happened in smaller portions when we get into ordinance committee and you get 3 counselors in front of you. We've had working groups that contain maybe 2 counselors sitting at the table, but we really haven't had a full 6, 7 of us to sit here and have this discussion openly. And we think it's fair for not only the business owners in our community, but the residents and for us as a council to have this open discussion about what our next steps will be. So with that, I think I'd like to just open it up and
Nick,
first,
can
yeah,
I-
go ahead.
Before you turn it over, can we just clarify that the owners of the facility in the Pleasant Hill neighborhood were also invited to participate?
So I
That's why I
can
asked.
say that I represent 2 licensees on Commercial Road.
Okay,
I don't know that they were specifically invited to participate.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
I'm here, I wasn't. Just not getting. I expressed interest, I didn't go on.
Yes, he
I
wasn't.
wasn't invited, no, I had to be invited.
building owner, sorry, building owner.
So 3 Commercial currently is largely a single licensee at 3 Commercial and 4 Commercial. So I think one of the challenges that we'll talk about this evening is really around the multi-licensee facilities. And so in that regard, 3 Commercial currently is really one entity that occupies that space.
Great. I just wanted to ground us all on who was here, who the key players are, and also not fail to mention that we do want to address the facility on commercial as well.
Thank
And just follow-up question, can we name who that individual is or the owner is? I mean, is that something that we can know or? is it something that is-
It's a matter of public record. I don't have the entity name in front of me.
For
3
commercial.
I think we're speaking 3 Commercial specifically, but 3 Commercial LLC. I don't know who the overarching.
4 commercials owned by AAA Energy.
And you represent,
I represent the licensees at those locations.
Okay.
This is here from Coastal Remedies. You're at 3. I always flip them because I represent them both. And I represent Zero Gravity, ZGE Botanicals, and they are at 4 commercial.
thank you.
Just a follow-up question, and I haven't visited the facility or that area, but I have talked to residents that are in the area. My understanding was there was one landlord for those businesses. Is that the case at Pleasant Hill, or is it different physical buildings, leases?
I don't know for 3 commercial.
Okay.
as we know.
At
At 4 commercial, AAA Energy owns multiple buildings in Scarborough, but this, where my client is located, they're the only tenant in that building.
So I think that will be important for us to verify, whether we're dealing with, one building or more than one building, same thing for landlords. Because it does seem that we're, beginning to kind of move into other areas, trying to focus not only on the operators, but also on the facilities in which they are located.
Sure. And that's definitely appropriate because I think part of this conversation needs to center around what happens with multi-licensed facilities where if we do have what we perceive as a violation going on, how do we address it with the license holder? And if there are multiple in there, how do you determine really who's violating an ordinance? And that's part of the challenge that we're gonna have to discuss and take up this evening. But I think for right now, I'd like to hear from you as far as steps that you've taken since this process has started. And I know you've been involved in sitting at the table for over 2 years, at least that I've been around, trying to go through this process with us. And what steps that you have taken to try to help keep in compliance with our current ordinances? And if there's anything that you think that you might be able to pursue or that you're doing better than what you expected to be.
So when we were first notified of, I guess, of the odor problem, we went ahead and we went through the whole building and to try to pinpoint where the problem areas were, where the air leaks were and everything like that. And then when the new ordinance came up and specified the air exchanges that we needed to do, we went ahead and we made sure that everybody had purchased the fat fans that they were supposed to purchase in time for the inspections so that they would have the correct air exchanges. If they couldn't afford to purchase the fat fans, because they're not cheap, it's, you know, for us, it was a $10,000 investment right off the bat, just for one of our rooms. And if they couldn't afford it, Marsh went ahead and kicked in and said, all right, you know, we'll go ahead and purchase them for you. You can use them. And so we went ahead and made sure that everybody had the minimum air exchanges that they had to do. We even hired an outside company to come into the building and to help us find air leaks or help us control the odor so we could contain it in the building. And he walked through the building, but this is besides the person that you had that walked through the building earlier with Liam and myself and Mark. And he walked through the whole building, and he also informed us that what we should do. And so what we did is we went ahead and paid attention to what he said, because he had stated that the 15 air exchanges wouldn't do it. And he had actual proof that it wasn't going to do it. So he said, you need 20. So we went ahead and we purchased the extra fat fans that everybody needed, or let our tenants know that 15 isn't going to do it. And it's not acceptable to us that you need 20. So they all went ahead and purchased the extra fat fans, and we all have now 20+ air exchanges in our rooms. He also told us that placement of the fat fans are where they should be. And that's one thing that we did, is that he says, one thing you have to realize is that when you place a fat fan, what it does is it's drawing the odor in through the fan, into the charcoal and back out, filtering and back out. He says, if you put a fat fan in a common area and you open a door, what are you doing? You're drawing the air out. And so that's causing odor. So what we did is we actually changed where we placed our fat fans to make sure that the odor was contained at the source. That was one word, that's one expression he definitely used. He said, you have to get the odor at the source. And that's what we did. So, and then Mark went around with one of our carpenters, our roofing guy, and he went around and they pretty much boarded up all the air leaks that they could find. And so whenever we got an email or a text from either Liam or Brian, and, you know, saying, listen, you know, we have an odor complaint, we were right there. We were outside, we were walking around, and we could tell. I even texted Brian. I said, yep, you're right, we do. I smell it. We'll take care of it. We'll get it done. And we did. We found out where the air leak was. We went to the unit, we went to the tenant. We said, this is what you got to do. If you can't afford it, we'll do it. We're going to get it done. And we did. And I think after doing all that, and after putting the time and effort and money into it and coming to these meetings, and then one of them, someone saying that it hasn't made a difference. And I look at Mark and I go, it has to have made a difference, because there's no way that you can spend that amount of money, that amount of time, close up all those air leaks and it not make a difference. And I think that's where I'm at right now. I just shrug my shoulders and say, I don't know. I don't know what to do. What do you want me to do next? I just
Can I
don't.
ask, when you receive those complaints, and I've heard from staff and everyone else that you've been responsive, that you do go out immediately and you
Oh,
do
yeah.
identify it. What are you identifying most of the time? Is it clippings that are left in a dumpster? Is it a door that's left open for deliveries? Is it
Air leaks.
It's an air leak.
It's an air leak,
Like,
yeah.
Yeah,
in the building structure itself?
Yeah.
and then we find it and we fix it. The ordinance that we've had has worked great, because Brian calls us, then we go out. I usually know if we're gonna get a phone call before Brian even calls. And then I go out and I find a leak and we fix it. I mean, I think we're at like 95%. We really haven't had any verified complaints in a month. I mean, Liam came down, someone called and complained, he came down, there was no smell. I mean, it's just, Yeah, I don't know, the ordinance that we have, I think works fine. I think if you change it and and you're wasting officers' time constantly going down there for nothing is ridiculous in my eyes, you know.
So I think that's the other aspect of this is with the way the ordinance is currently being presented, do you have some thoughts on this? I mean, again, understand that we're dealing with an ordinance violation is what we see it as. So how would you expect to see us deal with this in a better manner?
I guess is it an odor that lasts for a long time, or is it an odor that only lasts for a couple minutes? And if the odor only lasts for a couple minutes, is it a nuisance at that point? If you walk out your house and you smell it, and by the time you get to the car, you don't smell it, but you put in your complaint, is that an odor violation?
According to the ordinance, anything that's leaving your property lines would be, but this is what I'm asking in current form. What's being proposed? What do you see?
Nothing's ever been confirmed. Out of every single violation that you've had, out of every report that you've had, there's never been a confirmation. Even when it met the parameters of the 48 hours and the two people and within a certain, when Brian came down, there was no smell. There's never been a confirmation.
So you don't have any real feedback on the current proposed
I
ordinance?
leave it like it is.
It's working, so.
It's working.
Can I ask a question?
Go ahead.
So as it relates to the air leaks in the building, have you guys had somebody, like, I'm just not familiar with building construction, like, so is this gonna continue to be a pervasive issue in your building? And what would it take to kind of do a full assessment to figure out where all the existing air leaks are to address them so that it doesn't continue to be a problem?
I don't think it's a problem.
But if
I don't see a problem.
if that's what's the continued challenge at this point is an air leak that's found sporadically, to me, that means there's something structurally wrong with the building that's preventing you from being compliant with the ordinance. So if that's the issue, that's what I heard. I heard you guys say.
When you open a door, air goes out, you know what I mean? So
So.
if
so not-
there's
that's what you mean by-
if
sorry.
there's 5 people trimming in a room and they walk outside, if the wind's blowing the right way, they might smell it.
Okay.
That's
so
not coming
maybe-
from.
Maybe I
that's
don't
coming
understand
from
what you meant by
employees.
air leak.
May I say something?
Yeah.
To your specific question, I do think Shelley addressed it. They went through a process with an outside company that they hired to try to identify as many air leaks as they could, and they sealed those up.
Okay.
Are they still popping up? Yes. The number I think I heard Mark say was you thought you were at about 95%.
Yeah.
So that's almost, like, I definitely hear what you're saying. Is this like how much longer until we find all of these leaks? But I think they're at 95% and they've done exactly what you suggested in the question. You know, have we had an outside person come in? Yes. And so it's, you know, it's an older building. And so, yeah, there's 5% possibility that there's still going to be a few opportunities to plug some leaks.
Councilor Hammond?
So one thing that has struck me is that in all of this, and I know the building, okay, it was a storage center at one time, and Counselor Johnson, Ken Johnson and I visited a couple of years ago when we were first getting into trying to get our arms around this. So I acknowledge that a lot of work has been done, and certainly want to be respectful of all the work that the landlords have done here. One thing that I would like to know, though, is how many operators are there in the building today? And because it does seem to me that we've been approving not only renewing licenses, but approving new operators, and then, you know, so how many do we have today, and how has that grown over the past year or two? Because it seems like
It's gone
have you
down.
been
It's gone
static?
down.
It's gone down.
So what number do you have today of operators?
And you're asking specifically about cannabis operators?
Yes,
There are others.
yes.
12, 30.
About 7.
Okay,
I mean, some of them own multiple units, but I'd say 7.
so you have 7 businesses, 7 entities, but how many individual operations are there? Cultivation and manufacturing?
How many licenses are at that building?
In cannabis,
Yes,
there's only one manufacturing in there.
only one.
Yeah, the rest are all cultivation, and that's not included in the 7. That wasn't included in the 7.
And how many cultivations?
7 at least, that's in 10. There are 3 in 20.
So 10 cultivation.
The two buildings.
In 10 Snow Canning Road, there
So-
are 7.
So you
and
have
at
how
20
many?
Snow Canning Road, there are 3.
Okay, so 10.
And those have been there since 2012.
Okay,
Well, some of, yeah,
10 was.
there's,
I mean,
there's
20.
been cannabis in 10 and 20 Snow Canning Road since 2012.
Counselor Cushing?
Hi. You know, as I'm listening, it feels very much like we don't do well in this thing between differentiating between acute and chronic violations. So if I put this in terms of sound, when someone drives up my street with their windows open and their boombox going, it annoys me for a few seconds and then it goes away. When they park outside my house for half an hour, I have a problem. In my real world, when I drive in my driveway, I would have to say, gee, maybe I have a cannabis manufacturer next door to me. When in reality, it's just my very happy neighbor and it goes away. It would be a problem if my very happy neighbor was happy all the time. And so what I'm hearing is that we have an industry that is kind of saying to us, we can probably get it 95, 98%. But if you're asking us to get it perfect, that's probably not happening. That's one point. And so the question about the ordinance is how do we get to some reasonable standard which gets to the spirit, which is the notion that you ought to be able to sit on your back deck and not have to have odor for a sustained period of time, in the same way that you wouldn't tolerate having somebody sit outside your house with their boombox going. And I'm just not sure that we are getting to that point. So I think that the ordinance needs to contain that. The other thing, as I've spoken to people in the industry, one of the things that struck me, and I'm hoping that this has changed, is that they're not made aware of a complaint until sometimes 2 or 3 hours after the complaint occurs. And as we all know, the wind blows, these things are transient. And I was impressed to hear the owner say, yeah, well, when we get one, if it's a legitimate complaint, we know it before they do, and we're trying to address it already. But it seems to me that the feedback loop in this ordinance needs to be pretty precise, because what I'm hearing is a group of people who are willing to spend their money, their time, and their effort to be good neighbors, and that if I hear their point of view correctly, they feel like they're doing a good job. So if we're going to change this ordinance, I think we need to take into consideration the acute and the chronic violation, and we need to figure out a way how to differentiate that. That's all.
Thank you, Counselor Cushing. Any other thoughts right now?
Can I,
Yeah, Counselor Anderson?
so I think Counselor Cushing raised a good point about not shooting for perfection, but I guess I just have the question of like, is it possible to have a cultivation facility that is 100% not releasing odor? Because I felt like at our last meeting, when we heard from some folks, they were saying like it's possible. So that's just my question. Is it possible to be 100% odor free?
So
That's fair.
So I've been in, as you might imagine, dozens and dozens of cultivation facilities. The only way to 100% know that odor is not going to emanate from a facility is a facility that is built to suit from the ground up for cultivation. And I've been in those, and it's an amazing thing. And they have hospital grade HVAC, and the cultivation rooms are well within the building. So, but to retrofit a building for cultivation is more challenging. Now, I'll tell you, at 4 Commercial Road, they do not have a history of odor complaints. I think there's been one, I think in 2024, late 2023, and they have been there since 2016. I was there on Monday for hours on site, and I was outside, I was inside. There's no odor coming from that building. It's they're cultivating in about 1,500 square feet at 4 Commercial.
Mhm.
And that was not built to suit. But they've managed to contain it. They have very few issues. Usually when you have an issue, it's going to be, like I said in my letter, you know, during harvest, or somebody leaves a door open. That's a training issue, for sure. And people sort of hanging out with doors open, but I know they've got that under control there. But you know, you can get 95% of the way there. Yeah.
Councilor Hamel.
Yeah, this is a tough one because we're trying to get at root causes, and even though we're hearing from the operators, they've done 95% of what they think they can do with the limits of the buildings. That's not stopping the complaints. And the other issue is we don't have a good way still of verifying odor complaints. We've assigned it to public safety and also the code enforcement officer, Brian Longstaff's group. And in spite of having, you know, more people assigned to it, it is inherently a very difficult thing to measure because there's no real way to do it. It's not like sound where you can take a decibel meter and actually measure it. So, and then the really unfortunate thing is you have a bunch of operators that are, you know, and property owners who are doing everything they possibly can do with the buildings there and their operations, but that's not stopping the problems. And on the other side, we have individuals who have a hard time, you know, coming to these meetings and dealing with dozens and dozens of operators, you know, between or among several locations in the town. And that's, I think, inherently unfair when we're trying to protect people who want to have the opportunity for peaceful enjoyment of their homes and not have a nuisance. So I try as we may, and I believe that this effort is moving in the right direction. I think that even with what we're doing here and the level of our efforts and the, you know, the improvements that have been made are not enough. And further work in these two areas, and I hate to kind of be a naysayer, are highly unlikely to produce a different outcome. So, I mean, we could stay in this Boolean loop forever and not really make anybody happier. So this is a tough one. So I don't have an answer here other than to say that I think that what we are trying to do, however focused it is, you know, not likely to produce the results that people hope for or are expecting all the way around, you know, including us, including us. So I don't know where that leaves us. I really don't.
Liam.
Just one quick point of clarification. The existing enforcement language actually in effect only has enforcement authority designated to code enforcement. One of the changes we're proposing is to expand that authority to the police department, with the idea that they could be potentially more responsive and have more bodies to commit to that. Also, with regard to the notification to the licensees, the current stipulations require that threshold to be met before contact is made and an investigation into the odor or the origin of the odor is undertaken. The sort of informal practice that we've gotten into with notifying the licensees or landlords in this case of a complaint coming in is not a written part of the process. It's just staff's effort to communicate with the landlords, increase that communication with the idea that they can real time try to track it down. And so that's not a requirement of the existing ordinance. It's just a practice that to Brian Longstaff's credit, he has undertaken.
At this point, unless you have any final thoughts for us as we go ahead and deliberate,
Well, I don't think we really addressed the ordinance that's in front of you tonight, and so I know there are things that Shelley and Mark really like about the existing ordinance. I know you all, or maybe remember, I support the ordinance change that's in front of you tonight, and I think it's important that sometimes we agree. And so as I've been talking with Shelley and Mark and my clients to try to find a place where we can reach consensus. And one of the things I liked about the new version was its brevity. But even with that, I raised a few points of concern that if you do go with this version would need to be addressed. I think Phil might even agree with a couple of them. And some of them you've already touched on that will continue to be issues for you all to wrestle with. The multi-tenant situation, and then the issue I raised about a number of complaints in sequence during a short period of time. But, you know, listening to Counselor Hamel, you know, I'm just reminded, I've been a lawyer a really long time, 23 years. And one thing that I've learned, and I know you all know this, is everyone will walk away unhappy. We're not all going to be happy. But it's the tough job that you all know you have is to spread the unhappiness equally as much as possible, right? Like not everybody's going to get what they want. One thing I do want to reiterate is this issue of verified complaints. And I know Counselor McGee, you know, directed us to not get into the weeds, for lack of a better word, about the more philosophical issues around the industry. But you know, the reality is, you know, they're just, there are folks who are more sensitive to the smell that are abutters, and I respect it. That is not a dig at them. Everybody has their things. If I lived next to a Subway sandwich shop, I would be calling in complaints every day. I don't like the smell of that specific retailer, but everyone's going to walk away unhappy. And, you know, it's just, as you know, just about being as fair as you can be to everybody involved. Shelley and Mark have put forth a Herculean effort and a large amount of expense in support of Scarborough's efforts to please everyone. And I do think that really needs to be taken into account because they didn't have to. They had other options, but they have been here, like you said, for 2 years in the spirit of cooperation. No other landlord's been here at every single meeting. I don't even know that they have been notified, other than me telling their tenants that they need to talk to their landlords about what's going on in Scarborough. So I do hope the proper amount of weight will be given to Shelley and Mark's efforts, because I have not seen any landlord foot the bill for a tenant expense on licensing requirements.
Quick question for you. By the way, I think any solution, you know, where there's a compromise, you know, folks walk away, no one's feeling great about it is laudable, right? Is of value. The issue is if it's not going to fix the problem, and we've been back here again in 6 months or whatever, and we weigh the amount of time and effort and energy we've devoted to this as a priority, there's only so much oxygen, you know, in the room here. There's only so many things we can spend time on. I think we've spent more time on this than we have and other competing priorities that are arguably as important. And at some point, we're going to have to say, we're going to stop the music and accept it's not going to work. And we need to, you know, we need to just not deal with it for a while and come back with it some other time. The one question I had for Liam is, when I read his letter, is that the legal opinion that you're offering from Phil? Or is that, what is that exactly?
What portion?
Well, there's a couple portions there. You know, there was then this is where I'm getting into an area where it's important for me to know, is that legal advice or is that your recommendation of what we are doing? Is it from Phil or is it from you taking what Phil has told you?
Can we please
Is there a
clarify
portion?
what letter? Just
The letter that Liam.
There's a lot of
has a
exchange.
Package that's.
You mean the memo?
The
The
memo
memo.
from March 8th.
I went to ordinance
Right.
in March.
The one that was with the package.
Is there a specific portion of that that you're inquiring about?
Yeah, there is, but I'm not sure I want to go into that now until I understand. Let me tell you where I'm coming from on this.
Well, Council
It-
Hamel, is this part of a discussion that we can have as a council or with the license holders here?
Frankly, what I'd like to say is that I have questions about that letter, and I'm not even clear, the red line, is that the red line from Liam, or is that the red line from the parties? From,
We haven't provided a red.
so,
Are you talking about the proposed changes to the ordinance?
pardon?
The proposed changes to the ordinance?
Yes.
Those were changes that went through ordinance committee twice and had first reading last, council meeting.
Right, but those were contributed by Mr. Burke, is that correct?
I don't, no, the proposed,
I'm listening to Liam.
the proposed language, proposed change to the enforcement is actually just lifting the language from the good neighbor ordinance that applies to other nuisance violations. And so
Yeah.
that was, what was discussed and proposed to the ordinance committee back in March.
Okay, because where I'm going here on this is that I think that, you know, maybe we're at a point where we need to get offline as a council and start discussing, you know, the legal aspects of this. We're involved in a period of time where we are under a moratorium. We have investigated other options, including amortization and, you know, other things.
That's
I
part of
feel-
our discussion here tonight, though.
I know,
Yeah.
but my question is this more appropriate for us to have in an executive session rather than
I think,
this is,
I think, Councilor Hamel, I think for what it's worth, our attorney's here and he's willing to talk to us about these items.
right,
And I think we need to hear it. I think the public needs to hear, A, what our options are and how we feel about the options. I think
Fair
that's fair. So,
May I say one thing? You know, I knew where you were headed.
how'd you know that?
Because I've been coming around these parts for a long time, Counselor Hamel. You know, we're very focused on odor, but also in front of us tonight is the zoning change and the amortization from the March 8th memo. And we have certainly, you know, had you all leading as you should, but we obviously have things to say about that. And it is of great concern. And I know you may see it as the solution. I hope not. But we certainly would have a lot to say if we're given the opportunity to speak on that this evening as well, since it is on the agenda for this working group.
So just one comment. I appreciate everything you're doing and the contributions from Mr. Burke. I'm just having a hard time deciding, thinking in my own mind, what the next steps are for us as a body. And to be fair with everybody. And I know we're trying to do that, but we can be fair with everybody and still not get an outcome that anyone is going to be happy with, and we'll ultimately, I just don't see this continuing. You know, I don't see how we can possibly continue to devote this amount of time to this effort. We're just gonna have to put it on pause or take another tack.
I think what you're expressing, Councilor Hamel, is why we're here tonight, right? Which is, I think we've all invested a good amount of time at this, and this is our kind of our last ditch effort as this council combined, right? We have elections every year, you know, they change. But as far as the mindset of this council, I think we wanted to have this meeting with you to say, here's where we're at. We're 2 years of a lot of time invested, a lot of resources, not on just our end, your end too. And this is starting to come to a head. And I think the only way to do this is to be fair and upfront about what our intentions really are. We'll have a workshop. We're going to have this discussion. We have our attorney here, and he's going to help us understand what these options are to this council. And I think it's fair that you understand where your counselors in this community, where their heads are at, because I think we're all getting some cannabis fatigue. And yeah, I get it. We hear it from the residents. We hear it from your business owners and your licensees. So,
But you,
yeah,
from the
I,
outside looking in, if I may, and I've brought this up before, the version of the ordinance currently in place has only been in place since August. You know, if your instinct is, I have cannabis fatigue, then the answer may be leave it alone and let it work for a minute. There have been no verified complaints. There's been no significant action taken under the August version of the ordinance. You may decide to simplify and go forward with this new version. I would urge you again, give it time to work. It's not it's not like flipping a switch because an ordinance gets put in place. That last ordinance, like I said, just from August. And if you were already back in front of you in March, you're talking about, what, 6 months? There's no track record of enforcement. There's no one's been brought back in front of the council. Not that I want anyone to be. I'm not encouraging that as a solution. But it hasn't been given time to breathe. So I certainly understand why you all are feeling the fatigue and that it takes up a disproportionate amount of time. And I know you all were in the snow canning facility and many of you were very surprised by the lack of odor there. And at a certain point, people are going to be disappointed and tough calls are going to be made, and it can't always bend against the industry. And we feel it going that way, which is why, you know, we've mobilized the troops and you've seen the turnout at these last many meetings. I know they have, and at the last council meeting, because cannabis has been growing in Scarborough for decades. And, you know, the snow canning facility has been many things over the years. And cannabis is only one industrial use that's going on there. There are other things that have traditionally gone on there that produce odor. And I guess what I'm saying, and it's really not for me to say, but at a certain point, and this is why Jean Marie knows this, we had a conversation about it, where law enforcement was going to be brought in. And initially I was like, oh, no. But then I realized, yes, because they're the ones best positioned to tell the licensee, hey, we're not going to tell you again, you know, or to tell an abutter, don't call in a complaint again. You've called in 10 complaints, none of them are verified. And maybe that's what needs to happen. Maybe that's the tough conversation that needs to happen. And I know that's hard because you're all elected by these folks. But, you know, I just felt like I had to say that because at a certain point, you know, you're in this loop, but it's because you're trying to solve a problem that really doesn't exist.
Thank you for sharing
Thank
your
you for
thoughts on
letting
this.
me.
We're gonna turn this over to the council now, so you're free to hang out in the audience and listen to the rest of the questions if you like. And then I know there's a couple people in the audience that really want to speak here this evening. What I'm gonna encourage you to do is, if you could stay to 7, that's when we have general public comment for tonight.
But I was gonna ask you guys, like, office during the days, you guys only reach for my emails, a couple of you guys I would like to talk about. I am flat out about prepared to talk about the subject right now, because I'm a little bit anxious about the conversation that's taking place, especially after.
I would send us some emails and we can try to
Like
coordinate.
schedule a phone call.
Yeah.
Because I have some, you know, pretty important bullet points, and I have a 10-year, 15-year career in real estate, so. Unfortunately, sometimes, like someone just said, sometimes it's gonna be 1 or 2 people that are unhappy. But
Yeah, shoot us an email and we'll reach out. Thank you. All right, thanks. You can feel free to join the audience and we'll have our council side of this now. Appreciate your time and coming here tonight. Okay. So for our next part of this discussion, I think I'd like to focus on because we are in the middle of an ordinance, change. I think we should, hear what some of those ideas here are, B, from Phil, maybe some thoughts on this. I think the first guiding question, and I know there's been a little bit of back and forth about it, is the role of the landlord in a multiple licensee location. And whether or not we should have a stronger emphasis on enforcement as it relates to the landlord's responsibilities in a multi-licensee location. So in general, I'd like to hear council thoughts on it. And 2, just Phil, if you have any thoughts or want to kind of prime us with some thoughts about what's in front of us in between readings here.
Yeah, I took a look at it. I wasn't involved in drafting it. I didn't have any significant concerns. I know Jill brought up. And Jill, actually, it'd be, just so I understand, you said there are 2 issues. It'd be helpful. It would be helpful if I heard what those issues are, if you wouldn't mind indulging in that, so I can understand the concerns. I heard one, which was the multi-tenant complaint, and that a notice of violation would go. Why don't you forward me the email and I can discuss it after that? Okay.
Two substantive.
So I'm happy to look at that, before second read or, and offer more specific comments. One of the questions that I was asked about multi-tenant, is there a better way? Because I understand one of the issues is when there's multiple 7 or 3 or whatever, it's very hard to determine who is the quote violator to the extent there is a violation. And that is difficult. I'm not going to say I don't have that specific answer. I can tell you that at least one community that I know of does, requires the location itself to have a license. So that's one particular possible way. So you could have a, marijuana location. And that way you're regulating the building, if you will. And it provides, so you'd have sort of the building would have a license and then the individual operators would have a license called an operator license, something
So
like that.
parcel, right? The.
Right.
So it is.
The facility, I guess you'd call it. So that's one way, and that gives you a little bit of a regulatory hook, if you will, with the building owner. I think what I'm hearing too is there's already an incentive, obviously, for the landlord to make sure that their tenants are complying, right? Because they want the tenant to continue. It provides a little bit more incentive, right? If they have to get their own license, and they could be potentially directly, they would have direct requirements. You could have some certain requirements that they'd have to have monitoring or, some of the same odor issues. And so it sort of brings in another person with some control over the facility. So that's one thought that I had. Because otherwise, I think you're just going to be in the same situation. I can't give you a specific way to do that, right? No one can. Odors mix.
But
Uh,
could
yeah.
we not just simply say in the ordinance, if we can't identify the licensee who's the violator, that we just fine the property owner directly? And
I think, so under the land use enforcement statute, there's a land use enforcement statute, 30A 4452, which is the authority that gives code officer to bring a 80K enforcement action. That statute says any person, including a landowner, contractor, essentially tenant, anyone who violates the ordinance can be. The issue is who violates the ordinance, right? So you're going to be in front of a judge and say, did they violate the ordinance? I don't know if they did. What we'd have to say, you'd have to make some connection in the ordinance that a violation, I guess, would be that one of your tenants is violating it, right? But the only way to do that again is to license the landlord. They're not under the licensing regime today, so they don't have those sort of compliance issues. And just to close the loop on that, I double checked, and under that 4452, the enforcement statute, it specifically references the adult use marijuana ordinances. So it says this applies to all these different types of things, shoreline zoning, and it specifically calls out adult use marijuana ordinances. So you can use that statute to enforce. And licensing, it says adult use, land use, adult use marijuana, cannabis, land use and licensing ordinances.
So I guess I'm disappointed that we're only addressing the odor smell of cannabis, where I don't know why we don't have a good neighbor ordinance that just addresses odor generally. I'm discouraged that we somehow have just gone into a conversation that's just about cannabis smell. From my perspective, we are dealing with residents who weren't having a smell and now they have a smell. So I don't know what is in the updated ordinance, but my question really is, can we pull it out of the ordinance and have a good neighbor ordinance that discusses odor? Because I know that some towns during their site plan process discuss odor and they have things that they have to do. So I mean, are they in violation of the site plan that they were issued originally because they are doing this odor? I will just say, we have one landlord that has been active in accommodating, but I don't know how the others are. So I just wonder if we could do it in a broader sense and stop discriminating against one smell and just say, doesn't matter what the smell is. Neighbors lived here for 20 years. They never had a smell. Now they have a smell. Use it under the good neighbor ordinance and do it that way.
So the answer is yes, you could. Your good neighbor ordinance doesn't currently include smells, it's sounds, and we're just talking about sterilized. So you could, that's a short answer. The hard answer is that it's still difficult to enforce.
Yeah.
Right,
Yeah.
but there are other towns. So I mean, I've seen other
Yes,
towns
no, it
that
exists. Yeah.
have these ordinances, that have a check and balance in place, that have committees created to deal with this. So it is possible and
Yes,
it
it
is
is.
being done.
Yeah, and
again, having been on the, having the history here, we did discuss, when the good neighbor ordinance came up, we discussed odor and whether or not we wanted it. And at that time, I forget what year it was, but whatever it was, there was a decision made that because you couldn't wrap your hands around it, measure it and whatever, that, and I'm not saying that what you're saying may not be a way to do it. I'm just so you'll know the history of what's going on in Scarborough with the odor ordinance, so.
But the next time we get another smell, are we gonna be back here dealing with a very small subset of business owners and going through this whole process and having a lot of our time consumed, where if we address it generally?
This is a very fair point, I think. The issue is there's no way to quantify it, and that's why we keep going around in a circle. So, but I wouldn't lose the thought. I think that is something that we could do in parallel. The thing that seems to resonate for me is more going in the direction of land use. I think we're in the right path here because we've tried to go to the level of dealing with the landlord rather than the individual operators. So we're moving in the right direction. I don't think we're there yet. I think that we need to probably step away and come back at it from the land use side and try to fold the other things in. You know, that does seem like there's history. There's also specific references to cannabis. There's got to be some case law with that. I suggest I'm getting very tactical here, but I suggest we take a break, a pause, take into account what we're hearing from the operators. And we haven't heard from all the operators yet, right? We've only heard from one facility. And ironically, the owners of the facility say they're happy with the ordinance. They don't want to change it. So, I mean, we don't really even have a consistent view in terms of the full picture of the operators and the owners in Scarborough. So I suggest we maybe take a pause, step back and try to go at it from the land use angle and see if that's more enforceable.
Councilor Anderson.
Yeah, I mean, I like Counselor Shoup's recommendation, but I don't think it has to be either or. I think it can be both, right? I think it's fair to say when odor violates, people's quality of life, we need some mechanism to enforce that. So I don't disagree that we need to expand the good neighbor ordinance to include odor. But I do feel like we have to get this to the finish line, not only for the businesses so that we can hopefully lift the moratorium and just have something consistent as Joe mentioned, and let it sit for a little bit and see what happens. I think it's important that we continue to work through this. What I like, what Phil suggested is adjusting the ordinance to add something that requires the property owner to be a licensee. So that way, in the event it's a multi-tenant situation and we can't happen to identify the specific license holder, we could apply the violation to the landlord. So I think that's important just to have that pathway if we needed it from a enforcement perspective. I did have some other amendments that I was suggesting for council consideration. I don't know if this is a good time to share some of those.
In 1 second, I just want to kind of get a general temperature.
Also pushing response.
Okay, great. Just let me quickly poll people on the thought that the property owner is a licensee, that concept. I'd like to just quickly poll the council to see if that's a direction we'd want Phil to work in a little bit. And see nodding heads. Yes.
Yeah, I inarticulately suggested that to you and Tom when we toured Snow Canning. I said, is there such a thing as a licensee, like a license for landlords to be a landlord? Do you have to have a license that we could then hold that license accountable? But if it sounds like Phil has a mechanism for making sure that if you're in a multi-tenant situation, that we can ask the landlord to have a license. that we could
When I was
tie
asked the
things back to.
question, we don't have a general business license that
Right.
we issue.
Right.
But I think it's possible to create a new license category within the context of this licensing framework that would serve that very specific purpose.
Think so.
Yes.
Councilor Cushing, I saw a bunch of nodding heads at the table here. I didn't quite get your sense on the property owner as a licensee aspect of this.
Yeah, I think that if we're going to go this route and have an ordinance, that the property owner has to have some guidance on what their obligations are and what their downside is for not meeting those obligations. As it is, we're sort of saying, well, your individual businesses have obligations. You got a bunch of them in your nest, and if we can't find the individual bird, we're going to go after the nest. That, to my mind, doesn't, it's pretty nebulous and could end up in a battle. So I'm, if we're going to have this thing, we should have it. Before we go too further, I'll just say what I was going to say before with respect to the good neighbor ordinance. It's very interesting that in the good neighbor ordinance, I can call you about the boombox guy, but I can't complain about my neighbor. And so if we're going to decide that cannabis odor is a problem, then it seems to be that it needs to be a community problem. Because if I live in a neighborhood which is inhabited by, old hippies and they're bothering me, or, young millennials, whatever, I don't really have any recourse. If they turn up the music, I do, but if they're, having a giant smoke party, I don't. And so it seems to me on all of this stuff, whether it's noise, smell, light, we need to be consistent. So there, I've covered both of my points, so I'll stop.
I have a question.
Yes,
Um,
Katarina.
And this is for Phil. Sitting here, I'm thinking, so we're talking about landlord licensing. And maybe I missed something because I was a little distracted by my mind thinking elsewhere, but that's okay. So if you're asking for landlord licensing, does it have to be for every business? Or you can
have a
say
marijuana
only for
facility.
cannabis businesses?
I think you can, yeah.
Okay, all right. That's what I was just curious about. 'cause
For
I'm-
example, in Scarborough, you don't require a general business
Right,
license for everybody, but you
right.
do for marijuana licenses. You do cannabis, you do for some couple other sort of types of industries.
Okay, so,
And such.
Innkeeper.
so you could have a specific licensing requirement just for cannabis. Okay,
I mean, some communities have landlord licensing for residential land.
well, that's what I was thinking of. Yeah, okay. All right, thank you.
Just in the sense of, before Councilor Anderson makes some of his suggestions, good neighbor ordinance, is there any desire to explore just a general odor addition to the good neighbor ordinance? And I'll start by saying the first thing that came in my mind is fires. I don't know if any of you have gotten a complaint over the last 2 years. I did have somebody complain about somebody having a fire and the smell of smoke in their, neighbors have their fires too frequently at night in the summer.
We've looked at that in the past.
Right,
Yeah.
so when we talk about adding odor to a good neighbor ordinance, I'm just gonna caution this could open up something way further
Exactly.
than you are considering at the stage.
An odor or fragrance is in the nose of the beholder, I think.
That
So
was
this
part of the
is kind of
problem.
what the point that Councilor Cushing is making. I think it doesn't really require that there be a consensus or a class. It's like whatever you think it is, so.
Right.
So,
But I think the distinction, and I've been part of those discussions with the good neighbor ordinance, and very consciously past councils have chosen not to include odor.
Right.
Whereas they've included lighting and noise. And in large part, that's due to the great difficulty in actually quantifying it.
Right.
To the points just raised. The approach that's been taken is very specific, very kind of surgical. It exists. The odor concern exists only within the cannabis ordinance. So some might say that's discriminatory.
Mhm,
And it's very specific to cannabis odor. So it's defining what,
mhm.
and I think that's critical because the standard is whether it's you can perceive it, smell it at the property line. So it's not whether it's good or bad, whether it bothers me or not, it's whether can I smell that specific odor at the property line.
Doesn't exist at all.
So it's very specific and intends to do a very specific thing.
And the only other glean I would say to that is that you do have odor in your land use ordinance already, but it's not an enforcement mechanism. It's a project review mechanism.
Right.
So it comes up, or I was just doing a search, buffering. There's sometimes it says buffering to prevent odor, for example. Or there's a standard that shows up quite often in your ordinances that the planning board would have to make a determination that proposed that use is not inconsistent with other odors and other things in the neighborhood, which is an interesting. But that's part of a project review standard. It's not a sort of enforcement standard after the fact. And also you can have performance standards, like you do. So cannabis ordinance has both the performance standard side, you need to do A, B, and C. And then you've added this enforcement provision as well. And by the way, you can also not have cannabis smell beyond the property line. That's different from the regular, from the, how do you build it? This question.
Counselor Anderson?
So I hear the argument about the fire, but then I also think of like, well, what if a fish market opens up next to my house and all of a sudden I'm smelling fish all the time and I find it disturbing? Like I think there is maybe some middle ground, depending on how we define it, that can hopefully take some of these cases. And I'm not saying we need to prioritize doing that like right now, but I do think it's something we need to explore eventually with the ordinance committee, potentially to just revisit the conversation, see if there is reasonable opportunity to include language that is fair. And so I would encourage us to at least explore it. It may turn into the same result that other councils have, which is often usually the case when Tom says he's been there, tried that. But, I think we owe the opportunity from a fairness perspective to make our best effort to be as consistent across the board as we can.
Counselor Cushing?
Yeah, well, this would be easy if we could enforce this. And, understanding for me, what is a verifiable complaint? So on the one hand, we don't want it in the good neighbor ordinance because one, how are we going to have verifiable complaints? And two, it could lead to all kinds of other things. I mean, it sort of reminds me going back ways, George Collins' routine on the 7 dirty words, now we use them in common language. And so we can go around and around about this, but it's very interesting that another point of view is that the neighbors in the manufacturing neighborhoods are sort of being isolated as a special class worthy of more protection and more effort than other neighbors. And so we've opted to not deal with smoke complaints, and we've opted to not deal with transient cannabis complaints from neighbors. And, goodness, in our next meeting, we're going to talk about giving people permits to have loud music for 7 nights a week. And by the way, there are some neighbors who hate that and other neighbors who say, I love it, great music. So this really starts to feel like we are kind of heading into a rat's nest that maybe we should just leave well enough alone at this point and hope that the process has created enough commitment among the various industries that the problem will correct itself as it should by people being just responsible. And I'd be the first to say, if you could tell me what a verifiable complaint is, how it gets there, why it's not going to end up in court. Because if I were those businesses and I'd invested as much money as they have in trying to mitigate this problem, and you try to take away my license and my investment, why wouldn't I be in court? I'm not just going to roll up and go away. That's all.
So I do want to just quickly get consensus around whether or not we should pursue changes to the good neighbor ordinance. Is that something that we'd like to see? Yes, Councilor Caterina.
Yeah, just having the history with it, I don't have a problem with bringing it up for discussion again. Because it's like, I think the statement that was made about, odor is odor. Odor is different to everybody. And are we being not, are we picking on cannabis too much? Because there's a lot of things in Scarborough that smell really bad. So it's like, so do we, I don't have a problem with opening the discussion again. For all odors.
Just for good neighbor ordinance, I just want to see if there's appetite to bring this back through ordinance and discussion. I've got a nodding head here.
I'd say no, not without considering another path here. I think if we're just going to drive down the road of the good neighbor ordinance, I don't think we're going to be happy with what we're gonna get out of that and we won't solve the problem, and I don't agree moving forward with that at this point only.
I agree with that.
Oh, I agree,
I
yeah.
feel like taking
No,
on the
no.
good neighbor ordinance right now is more than I can grapple with. Like, I really want to focus on the ordinance that we have in front of us. We have a moratorium, time bomb, like ticking, ticking, ticking. We need to decide what we're doing. And we've done first reading of this ordinance. We have Phil here to talk about this specific ordinance and some of the mechanisms that we can use to make it better. My priorities are exactly as they have always been. Number one is I don't want the neighbors to smell the cannabis. It is a violation of the ordinance as written, plain and simple. Number two, I want to be able to enforce our ordinance. So I want to have the ordinance language provide us a mechanism for increasing our ability to enforce the ordinance and verify those complaints. And number three, I want to be able to hold the right party accountable. And there is absolutely no way that we are going to be able to hold the individual license holders inside Snow Canning Road accountable for an odor complaint. Nick and I went there. Some of the facilities are so buttoned up and so tight, and they have a single door, and they have done every single thing. And I fully believe that Shelley and others have done every single thing that they are trying to do. But at the end of the day, if there's a violation and it's confirmed, it has to come back to the landlord. And so those are the three things that I think we should be focusing on in the next 30,
I
25
second that.
I
minutes.
think that's well said, April.
Oh, yeah.
So we're gonna table discussion on the good neighbor ordinance for now.
Yep.
We're gonna get into Phil's time here because we've got about 20 minutes left. And I think for what it's worth, let's try, Counselor Anderson, you had some amendments that you were going to propose. Do you want to highlight a couple of those?
Sure.
Yeah.
You wanna pull them up?
Yeah.
So a lot of what I was trying to propose was in some ways reacting to some of the feedback we got from Jill, as well as trying to address really the 3 points that April raised just now. So the first one is really just trying to, Counselor Cushing, to your point, be very clear on what our process is when it comes to defining a violation and actually proving it, and then making sure that the licensee is notified of the violation. And so that's just language to try and provide clarity to the business owners in terms of how we're going to actually assess and then notify. In there, I added language, but again, it sounds like we would have to add a license to make it allowable to potentially find the landowner in a multi-tenant situation. And then lastly, with the comments that Jill had provided, trying to add some definition around when you have a situation with multiple complaints, what does that mean in terms of a violation? So I just went with a 24-hour period, that if we get multiple complaints in that 24-hour period, that counts as one violation. Just to be clear that way, you know, it's not one violation per complaint, it's in that period would constitute as a single violation. So that's what's in that first major red paragraph. In the next section, section C, was again just taking some of the cleanup that was suggested in Jill's memo around referencing section 4 of chapter 405, and then addressing some of the softer language around providing a written notice of violations. So instead of saying may, changing it to shall. And then in the last paragraph, I am suggesting, with the addition of the language in the first paragraph, that striking some of that other language that was a little bit redundant, and then going a little bit further around the 5th civil violation and explaining a little bit more clearly what would happen in the event of a 5th civil violation, and trying to give the business owners some thoughts in terms of if and when there was a revocation of a license, that they would have a certain time period. I put in 60 days, more just to prompt conversation if this is something the council's interested. I'm not 100% married to any of this. It was really just to take the feedback we got, try and offer some language for discussion, and then ultimately see if it's something that we want to explore further and incorporate into the second read.
Counselor Anderson, can I ask for a quick clarifying on the back page after the 5th violation within the license period of the licensee? is it that I think I'm concerned there with the licensee versus the location. Because in this instance where we have 10 operators in one location, we would have to designate that complaint to a specific licensee. And I think I've used this point before, and if no one's heard me say it before, it's, you could have all of the best efforts at this one facility, and there's 10 licensees in there, and if they all mess up just once a month, you know, one simple mistake and you smell it, that's 10 times a month. But how do you attribute that violation to a specific licensee versus the property itself? I guess under the language that's being proposed.
Yeah, that, I would think that's the, you know, up to the code enforcement officer and or whoever's doing the enforcement to try and identify who's the violator, and then ultimately making sure that we can. And again, in the event we can't, then it just falls to the property owner.
I've got a question. How much more time do we have from a moratorium standpoint? I mean, that buzzer goes off at some point, right?
We're gonna have first reading in the June 5th meeting because we need to extend it. We're
Okay.
June 30th runs out.
Oh,
June
okay.
30th,
So we
so
can extend it again, or that's the
Yeah.
end, June 30?
we don't, my gut is none of this is going to be resolved by the time the moratorium is.
Yeah,
out.
yeah, yeah.
So we need clearly
Okay.
more time to deal with this.
So I'll tell you where I am on this, and I appreciate exactly precisely what Counselor Anderson is proposing. We're really struggling to try to get at something that we can say that we've done something. So I get that. I get the desire to do that. I'm not convinced that what we're proposing will actually deliver that. I'm not opposed to this, but I'd like to add that we just get some input on the land use aspect of this, if we are going to approach it from an ordinance standpoint, and just fold that in so we can try to come out with something together, you know, and not just put all of our, you know, eggs in the one basket here. And I know procedurally that's crazy, but the point is, this is stuck in my tiny little mind that one landowner who we've heard a lot from has done everything humanly possible. They want the ordinance to be left alone. We haven't heard from other operators and don't really know how many there are and how many properties there are at the other, you know, industrial zone that is near a neighborhood in Pleasant Hill. So I'd like us to, you know, try to go at it from that land use angle. I actually saw some people nodding when we said we would try to do that. So I'd like to try to move forward with this, but also, you know, don't see if there's maybe a better horse to pull this thing forward than very difficult to define.
Can you?
What do you mean
Can you
by
be, yeah,
land use?
that's what I was gonna ask.
I'd like to hear more from what Phil had to say about approaching it from a land use standpoint, you know, in terms of licensing, and
Landlord licensing, you're saying?
yes, yes.
This is a minor comment. I'm seeing these for the first time, so I'm happy to review them. Speaking of, land use enforcement, there was a reference you added to land use ordinance. I don't think that's necessary. I can take a look at what Jill said, because the ordinance already has, section 12 already has a violations and penalties provisions. I think we can actually just reference it itself. I may want to add in reference to 4452, the statute I referenced, but I wouldn't actually pull you to another ordinance. You already have your own enforcement provision in this ordinance.
But you would build that out, you would make that more prominent, or?
I would just point out, it already uses $100 to $2,500 a day under the statute. That's actually higher now, but I would update that and
But
reference that.
Counselor, to your point, I think I heard from Mr. Chairman, tell me if I'm wrong, by consensus or straw poll, every one of you seemed interested in Phil's to do additional work to come forward with a
Happy to do
new framework.
Yes.
And
Yes, and I think is what there's time to say.
so before we leave, Counselor Anderson's proposed amendments here, I think Counselor Anderson, thank you for spending the time on that. I think that's definitely charted in the right path. I think with the help of Phil to help bring in that overall license, business owner, in a multi-license facility, I think that would help get some clarifying language. Does anyone have anything outside of that? Because then we can spend a little bit of time on land use. Yes, Counselor Fetterman?
All I keep thinking of is hearing that none of the complaints were confirmed. So where's that leave us?
I think that's.
Because
what we're
there's your
struck-
because then it's like, so you've got all this framework, but then.
Sure.
Anyway, so
I
we
think,
gotta
I think
pay
at some
attention to
point,
that.
there's gonna have to be discussion regarding, I think Counselor Cushing brought it up. What is an acute versus a chronic issue?
Yes, yeah.
And whether or not we attempt to define what a chronic issue is. And maybe, there's some language that can be developed and discussed as well.
I would just say, don't lose sight of the fact that part of what you pass in first reading intends to bolster our ability to verify by adding additional personnel, so we can be more responsive to the complaint when it comes
I
in.
just want to point that out there,
Sure.
that has been the major. It's the missing piece.
So my perspective on land use, like, again, I go back to, and I think Counselor Scyther articulated it very well. Those three things need to get addressed. I think we can address that in this ordinance. And then I think based on the comments that were made, we need to let it sit for a year and let the enforcement take place. At that point, then I would maybe consider looking at land use. But at this point, to me, I think the problem is enforcement and making sure that we have a clear, simple way to enforce the ordinance, and then let it play out. And if that continues to be 0, then it is what it is and we move on. I feel like any more conversation on this, the chronic acute stuff, I think we're just getting further into complexifying it. And I think at the end of the day, it's very clear, as Tom said, if there's odor across the property boundary line, doesn't matter how much, doesn't matter what, that is a violation. And if somebody in enforcement comes, verifies it, notifies the business owner, then it's a violation. And maybe it's 1 for the entire license period, and it is what it is, but we have a process to kind of enforce it. I think this is fair, what we've kind of put forward. I'd like to see it get to the finish line at second read, and as discussed, let it sit for a year and make sure the public knows how to officially use the tool and share the complaint. And make sure that we're also monitoring from Tom's side our responsiveness to those complaints. Because again, I think it does have to be somewhat quick. I don't know if we have in here like how quickly they need the enforcement team, once they receive the complaint, needs to be able to verify. Like, I don't think it can be 24 hours. I think it has to be relatively quick. And I know there's a resource constraint there, but at the same time, if we're gonna do something to enforce it, we got to make sure we have the resources that can promptly investigate and then make the determination.
Counselor Hamel?
Yeah, I think John hitting the nail on the head here at the end. Currently, the only enforcement we have is the code enforcement officer. Okay, we haven't added the public safety folks yet. Those folks are very busy people. And if you follow what it's going to take in order to verify an odor violation, I don't know how many of those they're going to get to in view of everything else that they're doing now. So I'd like to hear from the enforcement. This is probably highly unregular, but I'd like to ask them what they think about it. Is this physically possible? Will the enforcement people be able to enforce? I don't know how this is going to get, to their list of things based upon the weekly police reports.
I would just say, in terms of enforcement, what they'll be doing is responding, and like the code officer who doesn't have a special nose necessarily, giving an opinion as to whether it's perceptible at the property line. Then they clear off scene and file a report. So they're not actually taking the action. I presume it would actually go through the zoning officer or administratively to actually take some enforcement action, but it's really having boots on the ground, someone able in a timely fashion to go and verify. And that's where we've fallen short.
So with that, any final thoughts before we close the workshop? Again, Phil, thank you very much to the licensed and business owners. Thank you very much for participating tonight. Hopefully, we've provided some direction for Phil and staff as far as next steps on the ordinances before us. Do we feel anything else needs to be clarified? Phil, Liam, Tom?
Counselor Anderson was quite clear with his opinion. I guess if I don't hear any further, at this point, we're not going to pursue and give further thought to land use changes at this point until we get further direction. Is that fair?
I think it's fair to let this process
Okay.
work itself out.
I just want to make sure I understand what the
I do,
expectation is.
I would like to say that I think it's important to note that it's okay to look back at where we are and say, not all industrial, and this was the going theory. If you put in an industrial park, it has no impact on the residential. Well, not all industrial parks are created equal, and not all of them are located in the ideal spots. I don't think it's bad to sit here and say as a council, it's worth considering relooking at where these overlays are because of the impacts they're having on the neighbors. And at the end of the day, which one of us wants to have a discussion with a neighbor and say, yes, you're going to smell this and it's going to happen 12 times a year, but in my opinion, 12 times a year is just fine. It's not fair either. So I think we need to be open to considering that. I get that there's no appetite at this stage to open the land use side of this, but I think we need to be mindful of how long we're asking our residents to endure this. And keep that in your mind as we go forward, okay? Thank you all. We'll see you at 7 PM for our regular meeting. Welcome, everyone, to the Town of Scarborough, Wednesday, May 15th, 2024 Town Council meeting. If you could all join me in the Pledge of Allegiance, please.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Kristen, could you call the roll, please?
Vice Chair Seither. Here. Counselor Cushing,
Here.
Counselor Shoup,
Here.
Counselor Katerina,
Here.
Counselor Hamel,
Here.
Counselor Anderson,
Here.
Chairman McGee.
Here. And just please note that we have Counselor Cushing joining via Zoom this evening, so we're going to do all roll call votes tonight. Our next item is public comment, and I just want to make sure that we all understand the rules. Bottom line is we want you to be respectful, but the public comments section really needs to be limited to items that are within the purview of this council here. We have section 202A of the council rules and procedures that comments should be limited to 3 minutes. You will see a red light blinking up there, and that means your 3 minutes is up. At the discretion of the chair, I can extend your time a little bit if I feel like you're on the right path, or sometimes you'll see me kind of give you a wave or a little tap to let you know that you need to wrap it up, okay? We ask that you be respectful. You can address all questions, comments through the chair. With that, again, this is for items that are not on tonight's agenda. So, Ms. McKee, welcome. You can just state your name for the record.
Hi, Nina McKee, 309 Black Point Road. I'll be really quick. There are two things. One, I think you guys have done an incredible job with the budget. I mean, and communicating with the public. 20 hours of public communication is really pretty incredible. And I went to the first roundtable, but my eyes gloss over with with figures, and I couldn't understand what the heck was going on, so I didn't go to any others. But so I want to thank you for that and for trying to keep the budget rate as low as you possibly can, and you're doing an amazing job. So I thank you for that. And I also thank you for, I was here in the beginning of the first discussions on cannabis. I was dead against it, but it's really taken on a life of its own. And I just can't understand, if something smells so bad, why do people want to put it in their heads and their lungs? But that's my opinion. So I just want to thank you for taking up the topic of cannabis, which you've done really quickly, and it's very, it's in my opinion, it's too bad it's even here, but that's the way it is. Okay, well, thank you very, very much. You've all done a wonderful job. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McKee. Mr. Robert Spooney, welcome.
Hi, I passed out a packet with 3 different pages. And one of the frustrating things, I'm Thomas Moody Roberts, I'm at 38 County Road. And I'm here to speak about the Gorham Connector Turnpike proposal. One of the frustrating things with this proposal is that there's a lot of, the MTA's put out a lot of words, but has been really light on data backing up a lot of their claims. So there are a couple of things on their website that I put on here that on the face of it look like they support the Turnpike proposal, but when you look a little bit deeper, there's a lot more to this story. The first page is a graph of traffic on, in orange is the overlap where 22 and 114 are, and then the others are Day Street and McClellan Street and Brackett Street in Gorham. It looks like traffic is increasing quite a bit, but when you look carefully at this graph, you'll see that what really matters due to volume is the orange line, which is the overlap. The overlap starting in 1990, the y-axis is a percentage change, has gone from increasing up until 2005, and then from 2005 steadily decreasing in volume. And from 2005 to now, it's actually down 30%, according to this graph. From 2013 to now, it's down 27%. I put in the numbers of actual traffic for each of these roads. And when you add them all up, the percentages of percentage increases and the percentage decrease on the overlap, you get a decrease between 2013 and now of 5,815 vehicles per day, which equals a 21.6% decrease. So that's the first. That's actually a lot more of a decrease than I had on my MDOT data, but I just wanted to point that out. The second page is a land use study that the MTA did through the University of Maryland that did a really comprehensive traffic modeling. And it was studying whether or not the Gorham Turnpike proposal would cause additional sprawl in the outlying areas. And the study found that it wouldn't actually cause any sprawl. And the reason that they found that was that when they did all their traffic modeling at the very peak hours of 3 p.m. to 6 p.m., they found that the maximum average savings during that time of commuters would only be 3 to 4 minutes. And those 3 to 4 minute savings would only be for this darkest blue, which is South Gorham and Standish, and Buxton and other parts of North Scarborough would only save 0 to 1 minute. And that's during the 3 to 6 p.m. peak hour traffic modeling. Which really goes to prove that the reason why there wouldn't be additional sprawl is that it's not really doing very much. I've run out of time, so I'm going to save the third page for the next meeting. But I just wanted to say that this decision really does come down to the town. When I talked to the MTA, they say we would only be building this turnpike because the town's asking for it. When I talked to the legislature, they say we only approved this proposal because we thought the town was asking for it. So really, now is a really good time, now that we have this proposal on the table, to revisit and decide if the town really does actually want the turnpike. Thank you. Sorry for going so far over it.
Thank you, Stannis. Appreciate it. Just for anyone at home that's watching or anyone in the audience, it is the intent of the chair, at least, and leadership, I believe, to let the MTA process play itself out. We are going to host a Gorham Connector discussion here in Scarborough in June. Is that July. After we have that discussion, I fully expect that we as a council will end up deliberating and discuss whether or not we feel that there's a benefit to either having our support out there for Gorham Connector or withdrawing any support on the town's behalf for the Gorham Connector. So just to let you know the process that we're intending to let play out. Okay. Any other public comments?
My name's Brandon Baisley. And when it comes down to the end of the day, no matter what you people decide, no matter what you pick, I will still be smoking cannabis as it helps me. I'll go fucking to Cornish if I have to get it. My complaint, what I'm coming here to talk about, is a conflict of interest. During the second meeting, I saw it was only me, my girlfriend, the complainants over there, and Mr. Hamill in the room. When they came in, they were talking like friends, talking about his trip to Vietnam, which, how can you be friends with the complainants while coming up here and talking about it? It's just, it doesn't make sense because you have a conflict of interest. It's not an if or a but, it's a fact. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Mariella Fortier, 1 Pintail Point Drive. I hope you're all doing well tonight. I wanted to take a moment to chat about something that's really important to me and many other families in town. My husband and I both work full-time jobs, and between that and our kids' extracurricular activities, life can get pretty hectic. That's why I'm so grateful that the town records these meetings, and it lets me stay informed even when I have a mountain of laundry. I tuned into the meeting earlier in May, and I heard that you're looking to hear from more folks who support the budget. Well, I'm here and I'm ready to share my enthusiasm for keeping our school budget intact and presenting it to the voters on June 11th. The suggestions floating around about cutting an additional $800,000 from the school budget really worry me because they could seriously hurt our schools. Now, I get it. We are all busy. And when we take the time to engage, we want the information we receive to be clear and accurate. Counselor Hamel, I heard you mention your support for these cuts, but I'm still not clear why. I even reached out via email with a direct question, but unfortunately I didn't receive a response. It's important for us as parents to feel heard and to have access to accurate information, especially when we're juggling so much. Did you know that around 18% of Scarborough's population is under age 18? That's a significant portion of our community. And it's your duty as a town council to represent their interests, along with those a few who regularly email you with their concerns. I understand the worries about tax increases, believe me. But let's not forget that ensuring a quality education isn't just a legal obligation. It's what makes Scarborough such an amazing place to live. Instead of focusing solely on avoiding tax increases, let's work together to find ways to support community members who might struggle with them. We can't afford to compromise our children's future by depriving them of the education they deserve. Thanks for listening, and I look forward to continuing this conversation with you.
Thank you, Ms. Forty. Just so we are clear, the budget is on the agenda this evening, so if you have comments on the budget, we'll ask you to save it to that topic later on. Mr. Beasley?
Robert Baisley, Scarborough, resident of Scarborough. Just following up on the cannabis discussion from earlier. Want to point out, when you have an independent contractor in heating, ventilation, and air conditioning coming in and saying to that group down at the Snow Cannery, we've reduced 95% of any air loss, that's remarkable. Okay, I mean, I want to ask you guys, do you want to be held to a standard of 95%? Would you expect anyone in this room to be held to a standard of 95%? You're just not going to get 100%. Just like you're not going to eliminate the odor by 100%. As you mentioned earlier, there's no one's in a business transaction. When people walk away from the negotiating table and both sides are unhappy, that's supposedly a sign of successful negotiations. So, so whatever you do, and both sides are unhappy, maybe you're at the right spot. You know, so you know, like I said, I think I don't understand why you guys are taking a monkey and putting it on your back and inviting all these complaints. Talk about having licensed landlords. I know that's the intent is only commercial, but it will end up being, next thing you know, it will have to be residential. And just ask Portland and South Portland. They're now taking landlord complaints and they're overwhelmed with all the complaints that they're getting. And we're talking about budget. Just think about all the extra people you're gonna have to hire just to handle the complaints. And then you get into enforcement. That's another big expense as well. And right now, there are remedies for nuisance. You've got a nuisance state of Maine statute, nuisance statute. That's one. Also, you're gonna have another resource. You'll have the Department of Agriculture to be able to use and have them go in and do investigations. And so I just don't understand why that, as it was pointed out during that workshop, a lot of time's been spent on this. And it seems like You're just trying to get to that 100%. And I'm just gonna ask you, how realistic is that 100%? And, you know, and is it worth the extra money to get to that 100%? Is it worth increasing the Scarborough budget to get to that 100%? So, and my final say is, you know, let the people complain to the Department of Agriculture. Let's see how they do with these complaints. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Basil.
How you doing? Chris McNeil. I own Coastal Remedies on 3 Commercial Road in Scarborough. I employ about 25 people here representing them as well. I think I come from a little bit of a unique perspective because I've not really been a part of any town meeting ever in my life, nor the smell situation here. So I wasn't really made aware of this until August. I've been operating my business for 2.5 years and was made aware of no smell issue until August. I've received no verified complaint. The town has attempted to work with me. I think of some situations that have prevented the resources to do so. I'm in favor of the simplification of the deal we got going on here. I'm also in favor of letting it play out. But I think the interesting thing here, there's 2 main points I want to make. One of them is that stigma so clearly exists. You're going to have some people in the audience, and maybe some of you think that's not true, but when I go to an event with my 75-year-old father and my 15 or 5-year-old son and daughter, one of them will go, smells like cannabis. And the other 3 kids won't say a word because it's just another smell at the beach, like it would be a skunk or a flower or a car or any one of the millions of smells we have every day. So the stigma is like alive and well. And I think that we as a culture and society need to recognize that. I mean, society has cannabis scheduled with heroin. It's ludicrous. It's one of the many ludicrous things in our society. The other important thing that I'm hearing is you guys are fatigued by this. I'm fatigued by this. You guys are doing a great job. I don't want to ever be up there, so I appreciate that. But I'm fatigued by this, and I've been coming to this meeting for a few months. But what's funny to me is I don't hear any talk whatsoever about the folks complaining. I don't hear any talk about what do we do with unverified complaints with the same person's calling over and over. I can tell you about my place. Like, I didn't have a seat at that table, right? But I can tell you I got 14 complaints in my 2 years. They all came since the big hubbub about the smell. That's when all the complaints came, right? I've seen the complaint log from Canning Row. I don't have the house numbers there, but for mine, I have the house numbers. I know who it is, right? And I'm doing my darndest to rectify that every day. I've got money going into that every single week to rectify that. But it's one person making all the complaints. 14 complaints, 11 of them are one person. Canning Row, I don't know the deal. I assume it's the same. So I got to ask, like, we're letting the tail wag the dog here. And doesn't seem to be any communication about to these complainers, like, hey, this is the #1 cash crop in Maine. Like, they're doing the best. These are all the things that we've put in place to help mitigate the smell. But you know what? The dump truck drives by, you smell diesel, right? City folks complain about the smell of manure, right? But it's normal for country folks, right? So that's a whole smell issue. But the other side that I'm not really hearing much about is what happens when these people continue to complain. When my little 6-year-old daughter whines to me incessantly, the more I give in to the whining, what happens? The more she whines. When I speak with her and I educate her and I nip the whining in the bud, she stops the whining. And so I think there needs to be a little bit more of a conversation around that. And my last comment is that I do believe that I, as a Scarborough employer, perhaps employ more Scarborough residents than are complaining. And in terms of the moratorium, like, I'm devastated that you guys said that this has got to continue. My business plan is predicated on growth, and this is costing me $150,000 a month right now. So the money that this is costing me, that I'm going to spend extra to put odor mitigation, I could have bought this person's house and rented it out and maybe killed 3 birds in 1 stone. My problem, their problem, and the lack of housing, affordable housing we have in all the communities in Southern Maine. So just something to consider instead of going around the circle with the fatigue. We can stop it quite simple. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McNeil. We have public comment online.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, is it Mr. Lambert?
Yep, Tim Lambert, 12 Irish Drive. Yeah, and actually I was, well, my purpose of commenting tonight was really about the Gorham connector, but I just want to mention, because it seems to be such a hot topic now, that if I did live near one of those cannabis factories, you know, with the odor, I would be complaining. I used to complain about the incinerator in downtown Biddeford. Used to complain about cigarette smoke back when people used to smoke. We got rid of all that cigarette smoke that I was exposed to as a child. And yeah, anytime I drive through, you know, the Route 1 industrial area of Biddeford or certain sections of Scarborough, I smell it too. I don't pick up the phone and call because I'm usually just driving through. So there's plenty of us who don't like the odor, but we're not all picking up the phone to call to complain about it. It's just, we just drive on through. But my main reason for commenting tonight wasn't about cannabis. It was really about the Gorham connector and what a whole lot of people in town experienced this week on Route 1 when they were installing the new traffic light at the Downs was a major traffic debacle. And that is a really good example of what happens when you take a, you know, fairly well-designed intersection with, you know, the two lanes and the traffic lights, and, you know, things normally move pretty well. But the traffic light obviously was messed up this week. Haggis Parkway has been messed up for a little while, and everything was down to one lane. And so everybody experienced solid traffic jams to the point where the schools had to send out notifications saying that the buses were going to be late. So if we look at that example of how congested Route 1 was, and we apply that to the overlap, Route 22 and 114, and we see how congested Route 22 and 114 is during their 1 hour or 2 hours, whatever it is, in the afternoon and the morning, that congestion at the overlap is not nearly as bad as what everybody experienced on Route 1 this week. So I think my point here is that if the Maine DOT or the town of Scarborough and the town of Gorham just kind of put their heads together and fix the overlap to make it flow as nicely as Route 1, you know, normally flows, that would go a long way to improving that traffic situation and taking the whole idea of a Gorham connector off the table. And I know that she said earlier that you're going to let the MTA process play out. And the reason that I think a lot of us are going to keep commenting is because we don't want this, we don't want people to forget that this could happen, and that, you know, the MTA can do what the MTA wants to do at the MTA's whim. We know what the statute is, we know what they're allowed to do, and we're hoping that they're not going to do it, and, you know, in relation to Stonis's property and Smiling Hill Farm. But we just want to make sure that I know that July is a long way away. So I just, you know, I think a few of us are probably going to keep commenting at these meetings just to, you know, kind of keep the subject, keep the topic out there. So thank you. And that's all I have to say tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Lambert. Is there another online? Anyone else?
Hi, my name is Sherry Fasulo. I live here in Scarborough. I'm at 37 New Road. And first of all, I want to thank you guys. I've been following along in the newspaper, and I know you guys have been working very hard with the budget. And I think a lot of us want you to know that we appreciate what you're doing and that you're trying to save us money. And that really is in our favor, and we appreciate what you're doing. And I know most people that are in this room probably don't want your job in a million years, and it's important that you guys understand that we appreciate it. It's hard what you're doing, and you can't please everybody. And I own a business, and I know that. And so I just thank you for what you guys are doing. It's really important that you hear that. And on that note, I'm gonna kind of swing back around to the Gorham connector, and I want to mention the fact that I know that this is to save the town money, and that bringing this into the city is originally probably an idea that has been brought about because it will In the forefront, it's looking like it's gonna save Scarborough money, but in the long run, I really don't see that it is, because we're looking at the idea of Running Hill Road becoming a really main thoroughfare. And that's gonna be something that Scarborough citizens are gonna have to upkeep with their taxes. And that's something to truly think about, and that's why I'm bringing that back around to the budget. Another piece that I want to bring up is Peter Mills. I've dealt with the MTA when they had the Gorham meeting. I wrote to them and I was specific in asking what's going to happen with Running Hill Road with the blasting. And he was quoted in the Portland Press Herald saying that there will be a tunnel running under Running Hill Road. And when I addressed that via my email, MTA wrote back to me 3 weeks after that meeting. Number one, it took them quite a while. And their answer to me was, there will be no tunnel running under Running Hill Road. And I'm like, how's that possible that we can be quoted from Peter Mills, who is the president of the Maine Turnpike Authority, that this is going to happen? And now the MTA themselves are telling me, no, that's not going to happen. And they also directly told me that they're going to be rerouting traffic to Gannett Drive, which is, down the hill from Running Hill Road. This is going to create a really big problem for everybody that is local. Target's right there. There's a lot of people that go into Target. That's going to get backed up. That bridge that runs across near Target, I've been living here since that got done. That took a long time. Traffic was backed up for a while there. None of this is going to happen overnight. And I really want you guys to use your voice and speak up for us to say, listen, we need to know what the answers are going to be, because once MTA starts, you can't turn this around. And they're not giving us any clear answers, and that's really not okay. And I think it's up to you guys to start asking, how do we get some real answers from you that are clear, that are fair to us, so we know what's coming? And my time's up, and I apologize for going over. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Sulo. Any other public comment this evening? Seeing none, I'm going to close public comment. Thank you all for participating. We appreciate hearing from you. Next in our agenda, minutes from May 1st, 2024. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second?
A motion, second discussion? Seeing none, I will call the roll. Counselor Seiler,
Yes.
Counselor Shoup,
Yes.
Counselor Katarina,
Yes.
Counselor Hamel,
Yes.
Counselor Anderson,
Yes.
Counselor Cushing,
Yes.
Counselor McGee. Yes, show that is unanimous. Thank you very much. Any adjustments to the agenda this evening? No, seeing none. Items to be signed is the treasurer's warrant. I did that before the meeting this evening, and now we're on to the town manager's report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, order of business, FY 25 budget. I don't want to steal Counselor Anderson's thunder. I think he's going to provide some introductory comments. Suffice to say, budget has been all consuming for myself and staff, so I don't think I have further comment than that. I'm certainly pleased to be more involved and detailed in your budget discussion as that comes up. I wanted to update the council and the public regarding our harbor master and marine resource officer. Former officer Gene O'Neill retired after 36 years of service. We celebrated his retirement last week. I'm pleased to mention and announce that we do have his replacement hired. At this point, I'm not able to mention his name, but we do have a start date of early June, so very quick turnaround. Gene, for his purposes, I think has made himself available to assist in that transition, which is always welcomed. But suffice to say, very pleased with the caliber of this candidate and think he's going to do great. So next meeting, perhaps I will be in a position to announce. As you can see from the back of the chambers here, absentee voting is underway. It started May 13th and will continue in these chambers through June 6th. There will be an opportunity for voting on June 10th under special circumstances. And then, of course, the election is June 11th at the high school. I want to make the council aware of some upcoming workshops. Just get it on your agenda. These are lined up with your regular meetings, so it's nothing kind of out of the ordinary. But we do intend to have a workshop on short-term rentals at your next meeting, June 5th. This is a matter that's was the subject of a council corner live, and we're in a position to start moving this through the process, starting with ordinance, but we'd like to really engage the council before we invest that time and effort. And then on June 26th, we're scheduled to have the school building committee report. We'll see if that all comes to fruition. They're working feverishly to work through their different elements, but at this point, we do have that place held for them. And then I thought it was going to be in July, but the community center process is wrapping up. At this point, it looks like it's going to be before you sometime in August. So there'll be some more clarity around that, but that's the expectation at this point. As has been mentioned here in these chambers in the past and source of some discussion and maybe confusion in the community, I'm getting ahead of myself. The land bond question, it does appear that there's a finite recommendation that's coming from the Parks and Conservation Land Board. Perhaps Councilor Shoup can speak more directly to that if she wishes. That will be helpful, I think, for this council. Leadership has talked about make some time sometime in July to have a discussion among the council whether this matter is ready for going to the voters, and if so, what is the size of that request? So leadership will try to work that into your summer schedule. With respect to the Eastern Trail, today we had some dialogue with CSX. We're trading red line versions. I'd like to say it's the movement is quicker than it really is, but again, the good news is we have them engaged. We're actually trading language at this point. As the council is aware, the assessor is working very diligently on the revaluation notices. He remains on target. Thanks to the communications committee whose members provided really good constructive input into some of the printed materials that he'll be sending to all taxpayers. The intention at this point is to have residential taxpayers receive notices certainly by the end of May, well before the school budget vote is scheduled. And then about 2 weeks later, non-residential property taxpayers will receive a notice. And it really is a matter of managing his time and effort. The thought was to focus on residential taxpayers first. And again, thanks for the communications committee for their input. I was pleased to be part of a joint meeting this morning that was between SEDCO, our Economic Development Corporation, and the equivalent in Gorham. The subject of the discussion was really about understanding their vision of South Gorham and ours of North Scarborough to make sure that there's at least awareness and ideally alignment. And I think some additional work needs to be done. Members of the Finance Committee will recall that staff at some point would like to do some further planning efforts in those areas to make sure that we do articulate a vision of the Running Hill Road area as well as North Scarborough. The topic of Gorham Connector did come up, and I believe that body, the Gorham equivalent, their committee, I think has taken a formal position. I don't anticipate SEDCO. There doesn't seem to be any interest for them to do that. I think if the council wished for them to weigh in, they would, but at this point, I'm not aware that they're feeling the need to offer any input. And last, just to mention, GPCOG will be having its annual summit May 30th. This is up at St. Joseph's College. I believe Councilor Seither, Vice Chair Seither, are you able to attend? You're not. So perhaps we're looking for another counselor if anyone's interested in that event. I'll circulate the invitation once again, but it's a great collection of, again, GPCOG communities. They have developed a really kind of neat exercise with, it's called What Works. It's a short little segment where communities will stand up, and I think actually Councilor Seither provided one of those on behalf of Scarborough a couple of years back and was very well received. So I'll circulate that. If anyone's interested, I'll certainly make those arrangements. So with that, I'm available for questions.
Thanks, Tom. Appreciate it. Any questions for Tom? Councilor Cushing, all set? Thank you. All right. The next item on tonight's agenda is order number 24-042. It's a public hearing to repeal in its entirety Chapter 415A Scarborough Roadway Impact Fee Ordinance, Dunstan Corner Capital Improvement District, repeal in its entirety Chapter 415B Scarborough Roadway Impact Fee Ordinance, Higas Parkway Route 1 Capital Improvement District, and repeal in its entirety Chapter 410 Scarborough Roadway Impact Fee Ordinance, Payne Road Area Capital Improvement Districts, and replace with amended Chapter 415 Impact Fee Ordinance with an effective date of July 1st, 2024. We have any prior on this?
Angela's here to introduce quickly, if that would be helpful.
Sure. This is second go at it, correct?
This is just public hearing tonight.
Public hearing
Yep.
only.
At your last meeting, May 1st, I went through a full presentation, which we were working on putting that online for anyone from the public to be able to go through really the minutia. Because there's quite a lot behind it. This would include rec fees as well as traffic impact fees. And as far as public comment goes, you'll see in your packet kind of how we've gone with outreach and public education around it. And we have a business forum that SEDCO is hosting on May 23rd. So we are anticipating additional comments from that group. And so I'm sure you'll be seeing those additional public comments. And I'm here to answer any questions that you might have.
Thanks, Angela. And this is a public hearing, so we do have opportunity for public comment. If anyone would like to speak on the impact fees, please approach the podium. Seeing none, I'm going to close public comment. All right. Any thoughts from the councilors? It's a public hearing only. No? All right. Moving along. Order number 24-045. It's a public hearing and action on the request for a liquor license from Bailey's Seafood Restaurant, Inc., DBA Bailey's Seafood Restaurant, located at 154 Pine Point Road. Chris?
This is a new liquor license. The applicant had one in the past and they let that lapse. They are reopening their business and are requesting a liquor license again.
Thank you. We have opportunity for public comment on this. All right, seeing none, I'm going to close public comment. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second?
A motion and a second discussion.
Mm-mm.
Councilor Shu.
So I just wanted to note that Bailey's was closed for a couple of years. The residents did have some concerns about some of the changes that were going. They do have a pending application with the planning board and they are going to be addressing all of the pending issues. So I just kind of wanted to, for the residents who had some concerns and complaints, they are being addressed. we are going to be moving forward with this, but they are before the planning board, I believe, next Monday to address a lot of the issues. And as of today, they cannot have any outdoor seating. So they are going to be addressing that within the next week. So I just wanted residents to understand the timeline of that.
Thank you, Councilor Shu. Any other discussion? Okay. All in favor, Councilor Sadler,
Yes.
Councilor Shu,
Yes.
Councilor Katarina,
Yes.
Councilor Hamel,
Yes.
Councilor Anderson,
Yes.
Councilor Cushing,
Yes.
Councilor McGee says yes. It's unanimous. Thank you very much. Order number 24-046. It's a public hearing and action on the renewal request for a special amusement permit from the following businesses: American Legion, Libby Mitchell, post number 76, located at 40 Manson Libby Road; Bailey's Campground, located at 275 Pine Point Road; Beach Ridge Barn LLC, located at 21 Beach Ridge Road; Black Point Inn, located at 510 Black Point Road; Clambake, located at 354 Pine Point Road; Cowbell, located at 185 US Route 1; Dunstan Tap and Table, located at 6 Stewart Drive; Flaherty's Family Farm, Inc., located at 123 Payne Road; Higgins Beach Inn, located at 34 Ocean Avenue; Loyal Order of Moose, located at 19 Spring Street; Nonesuch River Brewing, located at 201 Gorham Road; O'Reilly's Cure, located at 264 US Route 1; Pat's Pizza, located at 209 US Route 1; Sea Dog Brew Pub, located at 1 Cabela Boulevard; The Landing at Pine Point, located at 353 Pine Point Road; The Greenhouse at Highland Farm, located at 109 Highland Avenue; and Throttle Car Club, located at 10 Dynamic Drive. Kristen.
This is the annual renewal for special amusement permits that allow entertainment and are required for businesses that also serve liquor. The deadline of these applications was May 1st. There were 5 applications that were late or that have yet to be received at this time, and there's 3 applicants requesting exemptions for the Good Neighbor ordinance.
Thank you very much. We have opportunity for public comment, but before we get to that, I'd like to make it known that I have an intent to divide the question here. There are 5 applications that we're showing that we need some more supplemental information. So I'd like to motion that we divide the question on those 5. And if I can quickly pull them up. Thank you, sir. It's American Legion, Black Point Inn, Higgins Beach Inn, Nonesuch Brewing, Throttle Car Club. Those are the 5 that I'd motion to divide the question. It's Councilor Hamel?
Yeah, what was the basis for your dividing the question for those?
Hold on, second?
Second, I'll second it.
Thank you.
There we go.
They're missing some paperwork, so that they need to be moved to the next meeting. So
Okay,
after we divide this, my intent is to make a motion to table this to the next meeting for those 5.
okay. Because I know we're on the divide the question, so I'll just hold my other questions.
Okay. Any discussion on it?
No.
All in favor of dividing the question, Counselor Seiler,
Yes.
Counselor Shupe,
Yes.
Counselor Katarina,
Yes.
Counselor Hamel,
Yes.
Counselor Anderson,
Yes.
Counselor Cushing,
Yes.
Counselor McGee, yes. With that divided, the divided question is what we'll be taking up next. I'm going to motion to table it to our next meeting.
Second,
A motion second discussion.
no discussion.
Thanks. You were so good at catching that one. I'll learn someday. Counselor Seiler,
Yes.
Counselor Shupe,
Yes.
Counselor Katarina,
Yes.
Counselor Hamel,
Yes.
Counselor Anderson,
Yes.
Counselor Cushing,
Yes.
Counselor McGee, yes. I should have, that's unanimous. So those 5 will be taken up at the next meeting. And then if there is an intent to, we're back to the main minus the 5. There's an intent to divide that further. Now would be the time to make that. Counselor Hamel.
Yes, I noticed in these, by the way, we're getting close to summer when we deal with special amusement permits, which are in themselves amusing. I've noticed this year, I don't know the exact number, but there were several that said, that asked for, every day of the week and certain hours for every day of the week. In the event that they get a request for a special event. And I thought that those should be treated differently and that we may consider them applying for those permits if and when they receive a request of the type that they were asking for as a blanket.
So, yeah, do you have a motion to divide any one of those in particular or?
I can't recall all of them by name, but if we went through them, you'll be able to see that those were the ones that said, we've never had a request. We don't have a request that's pending, but we might get one someday. I suggest that the ones that are worded that way in a universal manner that should be addressed, if and when that request develops. And I'm trying to think of which one that I saw was like that.
Dunstan Tap and Table.
Thank you. The Dunstan
one
Tap
that I
and
saw.
Table. At this time, we don't have any clients who would like to do that, but in the event we do, we are asking for Monday through Sunday, 11 to 11. Yes, so there were others like that. That was Dunstan Tap and Table was one. Here's another one. Let's see.
Black Tie.
O'Reilly's.
Black
O'Reilly.
Tie Inc.
Pardon?
Black Tie Inc. was the other, they're another one.
Yeah.
They don't have,
Yep.
but they're asking for it.
Thank you. And here's another one at this time, Black Tie was the one you mentioned, right? Yep. Okay, so you got that one. And where are we here? I thought there was another one. So it's those 2, I guess, but they may be, some of them may be included, Nick, in the ones that you postponed.
Just postponed.
Pardon?
No.
Okay.
Well, Counselor, perhaps I can help. There are 3 that have asked for exemption from the good neighbor ordinance. Is that what you're presenting? No? It's, okay.
Yeah, there were those, but there were also the ones that, so it's O'Reilly is one. O'Reilly's Cure. And there's other 2 that I mentioned.
So
Just for
Dunstan.
clarification, I don't
Yeah.
see on O'Reilly's application that they're worded the way Counselor Hamel is.
No.
Oh, well, here's another, the other one that was a blanket one was the clam bake. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. They're asking for, all 7 days of the week from 2 PM to 9 PM. So is that one of the ones, Nick, that you wanted to set aside or not?
No.
So, my preference would be to kind of go through these one by one. We talked about Bailey's has been postponed. Bailey's has not been
No.
postponed. Was another one that I don't have a warm and fuzzy feeling about. They're requesting all 7 days of the week to go from 7:30 PM to 9:15 PM.
So I guess what I need, Counselor Hamel, is a specific motion here. If you wanted to,
I'd rather go through them one by one, frankly, instead of just blanket, approving all of them. I think
so
that,
that's a motion to divide the question to the individuals entities. Is that correct? Is there a second to that? Counselor Cushing, you have your hand up. I don't know if that's a second, if it's, if you're waiting your turn to make a motion.
and the reason I'm doing this is we
Hold on,
have
I'll-
received complaints.
Wasn't quick on the button. I'll second that motion.
Okay, so Counselor Cushing has seconded it. We can have some discussion.
Yeah, the reason I'm proposing this is that there have been a number of complaints and, some of these areas, there was another one, the black tie one in particular, is related to the Landmark facility, I believe. And even though that area is surrounded on a couple of sides by marshlands, that's a neighborhood, okay? And I've had several people complain that they didn't get a notice of the special amusement permits, and they were told, well, you're not in a butter. Okay, you may not be in a butter directly to the property that's requesting it, but if you live across the street, that's my neighborhood, for example, and to have somebody be able to play until 9 or 10 o'clock any night of the week, that's a problem. And it's a violation of the good neighbor ordinance, and I think the blanket.
Counselor Hamel, I just want to, we're gonna have a discussion of whether or not we're gonna divide this and take them one at a time. And then I think if you get into the specifics as to like each one as we go, if it gets divided, we can consider those.
Thank you.
points.
Thank you.
Is that fair? Any other discussion about dividing it and taking them one at a time? Counselor Shupe?
Yeah, I mean, we did get emails on different applications that we are bunching together tonight. And so I am inclined to at least acknowledge that, my understanding is that a resident from Ross Road reached out to multiple counselors to talk about his ongoing issues with Bailey Campground. So I don't know if the council is interested in tonight in taking that out and addressing that. I mean, I'm not sure if there's been a time that we've actually really looked at Bailey's Campground over the years and seen how much they've changed, because that's the consistent message we're getting in regards to not just Bailey's, but the other things is, it was first Friday night.
Could you
to
just
Saturday
slow
night.
down, please? Could you slow down? I'm not
Yep.
following you if you're speaking. I'm having a hard time following you. I got
Sorry.
these things. Thank you.
I think we have an obligation when we're receiving complaints from residents to maybe address those complaints when these applications are coming up. Specifically, we separated out Bailey's Campground last year and the owner was here and we spoke to him. And we got more complaints leading up to tonight in regards to Bailey's Campground and the residents and their enjoyment of their property. And so I don't know if the council is interested in dividing out that as well.
Well, that's a long way of saying you don't want to deal with Bailey separately. Is that what you're saying?
No, I think it's the opposite.
I'm asking
Okay.
if the council has the
I
appetite
think-
to separate it out or address
I'd
complaints that we
be-
receive.
I think we take them one at a time. Let's just go right down the list.
Yeah, I.
Well, you
we went
need to
through this
call a
in the
vote
past.
on separating the question, if that's what we're doing, Nick.
What's that?
You need to call a
Yeah,
vote
we
on
need to
separating the
call-
question.
Yeah,
if
that's the
what we're
discussion
doing.
point. I
Okay.
mean,
Yeah,
so any
And
other
I-
discussion on this?
yes. This is my 6th year of going through special amusement permits. And I don't want to get into the seniority bit again. But every year we have issues with this, with neighbors. We've had them again this year. I don't know that it's going to take us that much more time to go through them one by one and to separate out the ones that are blankets and then to make sure that we have follow-up on the complaints that we've had. This is a longstanding issue, and it gets better, but then it seems to get worse. It's not consistent year to year. So that's my reasoning for doing it this way. And I think we'll hear, even if we give them the permits, I bet we'll get complaints anyway, in spite of the permits and in spite of what we may be doing tonight if we rush through them as a group.
Right.
Counselor Sather?
To keep the peace, I will be in favor of splitting them out and doing them each individually I understand and appreciate Counselor Hamill's wanting to speak about some of them in particular. But I will say, as a practice, it is giving me the impression that you're not prepared to speak to the specific ones that you want to address. And I would have preferred that you had come to us and said, these are the 5 that are blanket and that I want to call out. And instead, we're now going to go through this whole list, and some of them are perfectly fine. And so I just wish there was a little more preparation in your request to
Well,
split the
thanks for that
question.
request, but we've never done it that way, and that's never a good excuse for anything. And I realize that we have a long agenda tonight, but these are important to the people that live next to these things, and we've always taken the time to go through them one by one. And the blanket nature of some of these is the first time I've seen that.
Counselor Anderson.
Yeah, I mean, we can go through them one by one. I think for me, what I would propose a motion for if we don't do that is to separate the ones asking for an exemption from the Good Neighbor Ordinance from the rest of the package. To me, my biggest concern as I look at these, given the workshop we just had, was I'm just personally not comfortable at this stage giving exemptions to the Good Neighbor Ordinance. So I would want to support these, but amend that we strike that particular request from those particular applicants.
Just to be clear, historical practice, Counselor, has been to bring them as a group to you, and then often the council will divide out ones that are problematic or they want to have further and deliberate discussion about it. That is the common practice. So it's back before you in the same fashion tonight. The effect of the motion that's on the table, as I understand it, now that you've taken 5 out, there's some 16 or 17 left, that you would take them up individually and cast a vote 16 or 17 different times and have discussion.
So how would it work? So well, the ones that are clustered, then if I have a complaint with one that's in the cluster, it doesn't seem like I have the opportunity to say anything about that.
You can pull that out or multiple ones, out,
Okay,
rather
then-
than all of them individually.
Fine.
I guess what I would like clarity on is what are the ones that people are concerned about? I heard Bailey's.
That's the only one.
I'm working on it here. Dunstan Tap and Table and Black Tie. Those are the 3 I've heard. Is that all we want to separate out? Is that correct?
Yes.
So the motion to divide the
Wait,
question is
one more.
really, I'm sorry, yeah, Counselor
Can we
Anderson.
add the Loyal Order of the Moose to that list?
So, Loyal Order of the Moose. Okay. So I have 4 on this list.
Correct.
So is there an amendment to the motion to divide the question? Would that be fair?
Withdraw the.
Either withdraw it
Yeah.
or
I have a second
Take a
by
vote.
Counselor Cushing if you
Correct.
withdraw the second, unless he's fully intended to have them all individually.
I will withdraw the second.
Thank you. Counselor Hamel, do you withdraw your original motion?
Yes.
Okay, now I would entertain a motion to divide the question to include Dunstan Tap and Table, Black Tie, Bailey's, Loyal Order of the Moose.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Discussion on those 4. Counselor Anderson?
So again, for me, I'm less worried about the specific concern that Counselor Hamel has about the time. For me, it's more the 3 that are requesting the Good Neighbor Ordinance exemption. And again, just coming from the last conversation, I just feel like at this point, I'm just not comfortable giving exemptions from the Good Neighbor Ordinance. I feel like we have to be fair and consistent for how we're enforcing things. And I guess I'm just not clear on if that exemption is provided, what does that mean if and when there's complaints or concerns or issues? Do we just say, sorry, we exempted them? And if they're real issues, like then we lose our opportunity to hold those businesses accountable. I just feel like it doesn't make sense to me at this point.
This is discussion about these 4.
About splitting the question.
Oh,
You need to call a
sorry.
vote to split the question.
That's why I would like to split the question. Sorry.
No worries.
All right, we're just gonna call the vote. Counselor Seidler.
Yes.
Counselor Shu.
Yes.
Counselor Katarina.
Yes.
Counselor Hamel.
Yes.
Counselor Anderson.
Yes.
Counselor Cushing.
Yes.
Counselor McGee says yes. All right. So we are now into the divided question. I would suggest that we take this, the first one in my packet, and I don't know if you all have your packets up with the applications. The first one in
Yeah.
my packet out of the four is Bailey's. Would be comfortable discussing Bailey's first.
Yeah.
Just that way we can scroll through the packet and take it. What I've noted here is the only thing that makes this outside of the good neighbor ordinances is a request for 9:15 PM on a Saturday. Is it what everyone else sees?
Well, I'd add
Instead of 9
9:15
PM.
on a Sunday also would be a problem.
It says here they're requesting 7:30 to 9 PM, Sunday through Friday, and on Saturday, 7:30 PM to 9:15 PM. I show a 15-minute discrepancy. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair, they haven't completed their application.
When, yeah,
Because
there's
they
an
didn't check, are you seeking an exemption?
exemption from the good neighbor ordinance, they left it blank.
Good point.
We've sought clarification. That was done intentionally.
Yeah, because they are not, so Saturdays, so it's defined, they have until 10 PM for the Saturday night.
Right.
So that is not an exemption.
I'm sorry, am I looking at an older packet?
No,
I-
you're looking at the right
no,
thing. On
no.
Saturday nights, the ordinance allows for music until 10 o'clock.
So it's not.
So they're saying 9:15, which is within our good neighbor ordinance.
Thank you.
Our ordinance has been, our application has been changed over time. Among other things, we asked them to be very clear and concise as to what they intend to do in the different days of week.
Okay.
In their case, all of what they're proposing complies with the good neighbor ordinance.
They should have marked that no.
So I
Perhaps,
guess
but the
for
point
these
is they're not seeking-
discussions,
they're not
yes, Counselor
seeking-
Seither.
So for the purposes of discussing Bailey's, I know that several of us, maybe all of us, received a phone call from an abutter expressing concerns about noise. To Counselor Hamill's point, this application comes up before us every year, and frequently we hear from the abutters that that this is not something that they are in favor of us supporting. We did have the owner here. I don't know if it was last year or the year
Yeah.
before. It all kind of all blends together, to be honest. But I know that they had put up a new amphitheater and they had taken some pretty significant measures to dampen the noise. And so I think at this point, like, it's unfortunate that we don't have more either public comment or something from the owner to let us know what the updates have been. Because all we have is a complaint from an abutter at this point. They're not asking for an exemption to the good neighbor ordinance. This
So
is-
when we met with them before, there were several measures they took. One included a blanket, in front of a bandstand or that's opposite the central area of Bailey's. And then that was verified to be effective, but I'm not sure that this fits with, there's a discrepancy about the, not indicating an exemption from the good neighbor ordinance, and also just had passed that this has been a problem. And I know though, moving the time to 9:15 instead of 10, I kind of get the point there, but the individuals who are complaining are not abutters, okay? The sound carries farther than abutters. This is a gentleman who has had a stroke. He's in his 80s. We hear from him every year. I don't want to name names, but he's not the only. There's also somebody on Ross Road. This is not a new issue. So the question is, are we willing to consider something like that as an extenuating circumstance with someone who's elderly and has health issues and would like to have some, peaceful enjoyment of his property? Maybe he goes to bed at 9 o'clock, or maybe he doesn't want to hear it at 8 o'clock. So that's my rub with this.
Any other discussion on Bailey's?
Yes.
Wasn't prepared, because I'm curious, how many complaints, 'cause I mean, that resident did say, we are calling the police and the police are coming out, and, I'm not sure if how many times they're getting called. I think I would be curious, I mean, if we're gonna vote on it tonight, it doesn't matter, but, if Bailey's Campground is getting substantial amount of calls and man work going down there because of the ongoing issues. I think generally, I think it's worth reevaluating what's going on in the neighborhood. And they have amplified music 7 days a week. I can't imagine when Bailey's created, they were doing that. And I just want to acknowledge the residents and how the neighborhood has changed and continues to change.
I
Councilor Cushing,
agree.
you have a hand up?
Yeah, I think, I don't really know where exactly I come down on this, but I guess I would like to hear from the folks at the campground to explain what they have done and what they may continue to do to mitigate the traveling of the sound. And, it strikes me as, spring comes along, you hear the birds, you see the trees bloom, and then you get in a butter notice that says Bailey's is going to rock and roll all summer. That strikes me as, yeah, it's just one or two people, but their complaints need to be acknowledged and heard. And I think that it wouldn't be too much to ask to put this off for a session and have the Bailey's folks come in here and just explain what they are doing to acknowledge that some of their neighbors have issues.
In the
Thank you,
past,
Councilor.
Mr. Bailey, Galen Bailey has been able to do that and has actually come and spoken or met one-on-one with the counselors.
Councilor Sather?
I'd like to make a motion to table the special amusement permit for Bailey's Campground until our June 1st meeting. June 3rd.
Second,
5th, sorry, June 5th meeting.
second.
We have
No worries. I will withdraw my motion to table.
the owner from Bailey's, if you'd like to. I think it's appropriate. At this time, we're discussing your license. Sure.
I
apologize, I
just.
Please withdraw your second.
Jean Marie, you withdraw your second.
Oh, I'm sorry, yes.
Thank you.
Just for-
It's a long night here.
And all right, counselors, if you have questions for Mr. What's your name?
Galen Bailey.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Yes.
In the past, you may remember Counselor Johnson and I came down and visited with you
Yep.
and you were been very responsive. We understand that in the past you had a bandstand and there was karaoke that was played and you made some efforts to try to mitigate the sound. You actually moved the amplifiers down to the southern part of your campground and had music there instead of every evening, in the area that I've mentioned. So do you have planned similar measures this year to do that, to mitigate, or are you just going to be playing every night?
So I was not aware, we did not have any calls to the campground last year. Was there any in the police reports that from the 2023 time?
That is the question.
Chief Holmquist actually provided the clerk's office with the stats going back from 2018 on the calls that were received. So from May 2023 to April of 2024, there were 2 calls. From July of 22 to May of 23, there was 3 calls. And from July of 21 to June of 22, there were 6 calls. So there was a decrease since 2021.
Yeah. So the
Just
measures
Can I
were
just
put in.
clarify real quick?
Yep,
Was that
yep.
2 calls last season?
Yeah, it was from May of 2023 to April of 2024. So until last month.
Thank you.
So the mitigations that we talked about last year were installed and put in. And I did talk to a lot of neighbors around the area, and a lot of them had very significant positive response saying, we don't hear it nearly as much, or if anything at all. I've had people from down the street say, we don't hear anything anymore. So it has decreased significantly, at least from what I've surveyed from around quite a few neighbors.
Councilor Shoup?
When you guys first opened, how many nights a week were you doing music? When what year was Bailey's Campground open?
1970.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so I think the feedback we're getting is it went from 1 day, 2 day to 7 days. And I'm wondering the timeline of when you went from.
We went to 7 days.
7 days?
No, the loudest of any type of performance is the Saturday night live music. Other than that, it's magicians, karaoke, stuff like that. But all that stuff is
turned down so much compared to a live band. And with 7 days a week, we went up to probably about 20 years ago.
Neighbors are complaining about karaoke. So
Okay, okay.
I'm just saying. maybe
No, no,
it's-
no,
maybe 'cause
but
it's bad
that's-
singing.
Yeah, most likely, yes, yes, I could agree with that.
Yeah, it's karaoke.
So if it's individual stuff like that, like hearing that the karaoke is the issue, I will absolutely hammer down on that one more so. My biggest concern was the live music because that produces such a louder amplified music. And with our banner in front that we put up for sound mitigation, closing curtains in on the side a lot, even myself, knowing the area, I've gone around and it's quite a significant decrease. But like I said, talking to a lot of neighbors, especially on the Ross Road, Snowberry, Jasper Street side, hearing a lot of, hey, thank you, or hey, we don't hear it anymore, or we barely hear it. Maybe it depends on the wind that day as well.
Any other questions?
Not a question, just
Councilor Anderson.
a comment.
Yep.
I would just encourage you, because this is my 4th time, and every year we go through the same conversation.
Yep.
So in your application next year, just consider providing a memo. There's some applicants who did that just kind of articulates things you've done to try and address things that prior year, how many calls, like, I just hate that every year we go through this process with your particular business, and there are complaints, there usually are 1 or 2.
Yep.
And I think I just don't want to continue to have to table every time you bring an amusement permit to do more information. If you could just do a memo, I think that would hopefully help your application.
I
going
did
forward.
provide it the last 2 years, and hearing, speaking to a couple of police officers, I was under the impression that we've decreased significantly. I didn't provide one this year. I would be happy to continue moving forward.
That'd be great.
But as you can see, it has trended downwards, and I am always open to any neighbor, any town council people for feedback, so I can hammer on whatever's left.
The only thing I'd ask, and thanks for those efforts, and it's good to know they're having general effect, a positive effect, but could you do us a favor? Could you please talk to the folks, and I think you know the folks on Ross Road, and
Yep.
then someone who's also across the street.
Yep.
And I think you know the individuals.
I believe I
would
do, yes.
Appreciate your talking with them. Thank
Yeah,
you.
at least one of our employees, if not myself, have tried to go over every year, and generally the relationship seems to be good and positive more and more so each year. I mean, that's my observation, but other than that, yeah.
Thank you very much. We appreciate you.
All right, thank you.
stepping
I
forward.
do apologize for being late. I coach high school lacrosse
Just
and
in
then
time.
practice just got out, so just in time. Thank you, guys.
So, Councilor Cushing, I can't tell if your hand is actually up or if you just kind of forget to put it down. It is
it's up actually, but I appreciate you watching for my hand. I'm satisfied that the business is making a good faith effort to be a good neighbor, and I appreciate that. And I appreciate Councilor Anderson's comment that it would be nice to sort of get that with the application. But candidly, I think it's kind of nice when people show up and demonstrate that they're trying to be good neighbors. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Cushing. Yeah, for what it's worth, for me, this is an application that is showing that it's going to abide by the good neighbor ordinance. If there were issues with that, then we expect enforcement to kick in. There's no exemption request here.
Yeah.
So for what it's worth, I don't see any reason to delay this. Is there a motion?
So moved.
What are you motioning?
Oh, to approve.
Thank you.
Second?
I have a motion to approve in a second. Discussion. Councilor Seither,
Yes.
Councilor Shoup,
Yes.
Councilor Caterina,
Yes.
Councilor Hamel,
Yes.
Councilor Anderson,
Yes.
Councilor Cushing,
Yes.
Councilor McGee, yes, sure, that is unanimous. Thank you. As the first one in the packet we've come across. What's next? Bell, I'm a slower scroller than you apparently. Dunstan Tap and Table. All right, so this is for a Monday through Sunday, 11 to 11. looks like 7 days a week. In the notes, it says, this is the one that is requesting that they kind of leave this open-ended if they have the option, if it becomes available. And then they put it as a note up to 2 events per year. So it sounds like they just want flexibility. We'll let it take discussion on, first, we need a motion.
So moved.
We have a motion to approve the license, Don?
No, I'm sorry. I thought you asked for a motion in order to comment. So it's like, did I not get that right?
Anyone want a
What
motion?
motion should we,
Where are
do
you?
you want?
Yeah.
We'll have the discussion.
So moved.
All right, we have a motion to approve.
Second.
We have a second. Now we're into discussion.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Counselor Hamel, did you want to weigh in on this?
Thanks. Thank you very much. In a case like this, I just am not comfortable with doing a blanket thing. You know, isn't it easier for them just to say, when you get the request, this so-called request that you haven't had yet, or you may never get, then make the request at the time that it comes up. I mean, how hard is it to do that rather than a blanket request that might happen? You know, that might give them the ability to do this anytime, 11 to 11. That seems, there are neighbors that live right nearby. I know it's a busy street, but I just am not comfortable with that kind of thing. I'd much rather have them, you know, ask us about it if and when the request occurs, which it may never. I
Counselor-
remember approving individual requests for music in the past for Dunstan Tap and Table. There was no problem. Bang. Off it went.
Just to say, Counselor, we don't have a process currently for a kind of a single or special events, if you will. This comes to you as a license and issued as a license with whatever parameters you may wish to put. I do note that they are, by their application, seem to be limiting that request to no more than 2 events. So I think there is some self-imposed limit if you choose to consider it.
Yeah, I'm not comfortable with 11 o'clock. It goes beyond 9 o'clock. And I just, Monday through Sunday, you know, I'm just not comfortable with that. You know, these are still, it's a residential neighborhood on that end of Gorham Road. I mean, just.
Now, this location, just to be clear, is actually in Dunstan
sorry.
Crossing.
I'm sorry. But Dunstan Tap and Table does abut a residential area. It's called Dunstan Landing. So no, and I know it's not right. It abuts it. And I know that they are on Route 1. Maybe that's noisy anyway, but I'd much rather deal with this on a case-by-case basis.
Can I ask a clarifying question? Was there any intent to have this music indoors or was this, I'm sorry, outdoors, or was this indoor only?
When I talked to the gentleman who completed this, there really wasn't a plan. They wanted the flexibility if they were to have a wedding, essentially. They haven't had one in 5 years. They hope that changes. So this was a request on if that was to happen this year. And then the 11 o'clock is also part of that as well, the good neighbor.
The residences, there's residences that abut this property directly, okay? They're not the ones way back in Dunstan Landing. There are residences right next to Dunstan Tap and Table. I personally like this restaurant. I go there all the time. This is no, knock on them or their business, but I'm just, we're running up against this time and time again, where we have, businesses and operations that abut neighborhoods. And we're just going to be seeing and hearing more and more of this. At some point, we got to strike a balance that's fair. And a blanket authority.
I have a
doesn't
question.
make it. Let me finish my statement. Thank you.
They've got written in their application up to 2 events a year. So they're self-limiting. And if they went over that 2 events, then would they be in trouble? That's my question, since they put that on there. So to me, they only want 2 events. It's not like they're asking for it every day.
The license would have on it that there, if approved for the 2, it would say a maximum of 2 on their actual
All right,
license.
that makes a difference.
So I just want to make sure I understand, like, so they're not, because that wasn't my interpretation, but if that's what it is, then that definitely changes it. So it's not saying that they want to be able to operate Monday through Sunday, 11 to 11, any way they want to.
There's the two pieces to that. That's
Okay.
one piece is
Okay.
the 11-11, which exceeds the good neighbor ordinance. And then in addition to have up to the two.
So there's no desire, and I don't know if they do it today, I haven't been there on a weekend for them to play music or something on a Saturday. That's not the intent of this, it's really just the two events.
No, I think it's the two issues. They're separate issues. So Monday through Sunday, 11 to 11, have that flexibility. And then the second issue is to have the two events.
Gotcha.
And I'm just gonna clarify here, is it possible for us to issue a license that only goes to the 10 PM as part of the good neighbor ordinance?
Yeah, you can have that not be
We
exempt.
can make that amendment here,
Yes,
correct?
because they're asking for that exemption. So it would have to be approved by you guys.
I think my preference would be there's no reason to hold up a license, but I would also, my preference would be just limit them to the 10 PM good neighbor ordinance.
I agree.
Yeah.
So we do this year, and then next year we said there was no issue, then it goes to a larger number, and then on and on and on. So I understand the desire to kind of like mitigate and modify and accommodate, but I have a problem with blanket approvals, even though this one appears to be somewhat self-limiting.
And my intent was not to offer up the 2 extra events, just so you know, Counselor Hamel. It was just to keep their license approved through the good neighbor ordinance, which would be Monday through Sunday, 11 to 10 PM. Just clarifying.
So are you actually proposing a motion?
I'm prepared to, if we're done discussing anything else here. Okay, I'll offer the motion to approve the Dunstan Tap and Table license from Monday through Sunday, 11 to 10 PM.
Second.
Technically an amendment.
That's an exemption. Sorry.
Oh, because it starts at 2 PM. Is that what it
It's
is?
9 o'clock, 9 PM on certain
Thank you.
days.
I'm sorry, to adjust the hours in accordance with the good neighbor ordinance listed.
There you
below.
go.
I will second.
Thank you. Discussion on the amendment.
Yeah,
Counselor.
I just
Counselor
want to be,
Cushing.
I just want to be clear that we're still talking about 2 events per year, and that approving this license says consistent with the good neighbor ordinance ×2 in the next calendar year. You get flexibility on the dates. Is that what we're approving?
That's not my amendment. My amendment is to issue them a license just following the good neighbor ordinance.
Well, I wish somebody would explain to me what this is. If this is self-limiting, then I don't have an issue with it. I have more of an issue with an unlimited carte blanche than I do with the good neighbor ordinance. So when in this process do we actually have a clear vote on 2 events per year? That's what I need to get clear on.
I think you're hearing it right now, unless you want to make an amendment to add the 2 events per year.
No, well, yeah, I would like to offer an amendment to make it clear that we are approving, consistent with the good neighbor ordinance, 2 events per year per the applicant's request.
I think you're conflating 2 subjects, not to, and please help me if I'm misunderstanding you, Counselor Cushing. There's the time and day of activity and event to take place that they've listed in their application, and it says Monday through Sunday, 11 to 11. That currently exists outside of the scope of the good neighbor ordinance, which is listed below on the application. It defines the good daytime hours, meaning 7 AM to 9 PM. That's Monday through Thursday, and 7 AM through 10 PM, Friday through Saturday, and between 9 AM and 9 PM on Sunday. So those are the hours that I have amended. I have made the motion to amend that's what their license be available for. Those hours that are listed in the good neighbor ordinance. Separately, they're asking for 2 events to be held per year that fall outside of the good neighbor ordinance. My amendment does not include those 2 events.
I see.
Is this the same form we used last year, this form?
Yes.
Any discussion on the amendment?
So
Counselor Anderson?
I think with Counselor Cushing, I would probably vote not to support your amendment in lieu of adding in another amendment that does give them the opportunity to have two events in the year between 11 to 11, Monday through Sunday. So I'm comfortable with them having two events if that's what they're planning to do and they want to have room for two events. But for the rest of the time, I'd like to keep them with what you've motioned to do to keep them within the good neighbor ordinance hours.
I agree with John's sentiment.
Okay, so we have amendment to the amendment?
Well, we can vote on your amendment.
Yes.
If people like that other
And
amendment.
then we can amend.
Or if
after.
everybody, if you get a majority, then we're done.
Thank you. All right, any discussion on the amendment I'm making? Okay, I'm gonna call the vote. Counselor Seither.
No.
Thank you. Counselor Shu.
No.
Counselor Katarina.
God, no.
Counselor Hamel.
No.
Counselor Anderson.
No.
Counselor Cushing.
No.
Counselor McGee, I'll say yes.
Okay,
Now,
So
Counselor Anderson.
I would like
Good
a
job.
motion to amend the application that they operate during the good neighbor ordinance hours, Monday through Sunday. But we grant an exception for two events per year to operate Monday through Sunday from 11 to 11.
second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second discussion on that.
Mm-mm.
Seeing none. Counselor Seither.
Yes.
Counselor Shu.
Yes.
Counselor Katarina.
Yes.
Counselor Hamel.
No.
Counselor Anderson.
Yes.
Counselor Cushing.
Yes.
Counselor McGee, yes. Show that passing 6-1. Thank you. All right, next item in the packet. We're looking for a black tie or a loyal moose, right?
Moose is next.
Loyal Moose of Maine. Okay, we have here a license with a request for a Wednesday, Friday, Saturday. And that's from 3 PM to 9 PM. And their exemption request is most music will be inside or rare occasions will be outside. That is, as far as I can see, is the
I believe the exemption request relates to music outside.
outside.
Other than that, their stated times are compliant.
Is there any history, I'm just gonna ask, is there any history of a situation like this ever arising where businesses ask for flexibility to occasionally have outdoor music? I mean, Bailey's is clearly having outdoor music, right?
Yeah.
So why, I guess my question is, why would this be an exemption?
I suppose in and of itself, outdoor doesn't necessarily make it require it to be exempt. I think maybe it's overabundance of caution. They're seeking an exemption. Perhaps because outside music might end up being a violation. I don't know. But in and of itself, it doesn't necessarily make it.
It's the amplified piece.
Amplified music.
How do we understand the intent for amplified music?
Specific, let's see, it's section B on the back side of their application.
So this is on Spring Street. It's just,
Yeah.
it's just above the intersection between Spring Street and Muzzy Road. So it's sort of over toward Walmart, I guess.
Yes.
Thanks. Road from Nonsuch.
I can't hear. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Counselor Seither is doing great as parliamentarian this evening. And it reminded me that we should have a motion before we get too far ahead.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion to approve the Loyal Order of the Moose with Counselor Anderson as a second. All right, discussion time. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. All right, so it is the amplified aspect of this that is the problematic piece. Okay. Counselors, we need to, yes, Counselor Seither.
I don't have an issue with this one. 3 to 9 PM seems reasonable. Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, occasional amplified music. I'm sure if they got a ton of complaints, they would turn it down. So I have no problem with this particular application.
I share the mindset. Counselor Cushing, without visually seeing you, I see a raised hand. Don't know if that means you want to chime in.
Did he disappear?
I've scared him away. Okay. And call the vote. Counselor Seiler,
Yes.
Counselor Shu,
Yes.
Counselor Katarina,
Yes.
Counselor Hamel,
Yes.
Counselor Anderson,
Yes.
Counselor Cushing,
Yes.
Counselor McGee, yes, I show this unanimous. That passes. Thank you. And last item on the separated items is black tie.
Yes. The establishment is the landing at Pine Point.
Thank you. Okay, is there a motion to approve the black tie application?
So moved?
Second.
A motion and second discussion. Okay. And then to summarize this one, we have an 8 AM to 12 AM, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. They don't have any, according to their notes at this time, we do not have any clients that would like to extend, but we would like to have the option for potential clients. We also do not have any residential neighbors. Counselor Ham.
Yeah, that last statement is false, okay? There are residential neighbors in the immediate vicinity there, and there are summer short-term rental neighbors, there are year-rounders, there are renters. You know, that stretch of that stretch of East Grand Avenue that proceeds toward Old Orchard Beach from the Circle in Pine Point is a residential neighborhood. Now, they may not be butters, they may not be abutters of the landing, you know, which is where this would take place, but I think this is a dangerous precedent, and it's not going to add to the peaceful enjoyment of anybody, you know, in that area, you know, in the summer. And this blanket nature of this, I also vehemently oppose.
Counselor Anderson.
Yeah, just to be consistent with Dunstan Tap, I would probably eventually, not right now, offer a motion that we're consistent with what we just did with Dunstan Tap.
I'm of the same mindset. I would also agree with Counselor Hamel. This is blanket request is way too open-ended. 8 AM to 12, you know, midnight is excessive 7 days a week. I'd hate to see ourselves put ourselves in a bind. Counselor Seiler.
I have a question about denying the application. What is the process for the applicant to either reapply or appeal our decision?
I would suggest you know, if and when this ever happens, that they make I'm sorry? What?
I truthfully, I do not know that process. We can do another application with them and bring it to you for the June 5th meeting. I will say I had a conversation with them as well, and their intent was also not to have it every single night. It was at this time, all their weddings are not going that late, but they wanted, if someone did, that opportunity. It wasn't that they were gonna do it every single night.
I think this is probably worth tabling and getting clarification.
I agree. I would hate for us to amend the application to not be within what the business owner is hoping for, only to hear from the business owner that it was actually something I would be in favor of. And so short of those details, I would definitely be in favor of tabling, and I'm happy to make that motion.
I'm happy to second.
All right, so we had a motion and.
Wait, do I have to?
We had a motion in a second. We have now a motion to table.
That takes precedence.
And I have a second. Counselor Seiler.
Yes.
Counselor Shu.
Yes.
Counselor Katarina.
Yes.
Counselor Hamel.
No.
Counselor Anderson.
Yes.
Counselor Cushing.
Yes.
Counselor McGee. I show that 6-1 has tabled until next meeting. Yes, we can. All right, we are still on to now the items that were not divided out, which would be the remaining. I hope somebody was keeping track of these. It's probably my job, right? So what I think I have left here is 40 Manson Libby Road, Beach Ridge Barn, Black Point Inn, Clam Bake, Cowbell, Flaherty's, Higgins Beach Inn, Nonesuch River Brewing, O'Reilly's Cure, Pat's Pizza, Sea Dog, and the Greenhouse at Highland Farm, and the Throttle Car Club. I believe those are the ones we have remaining. Counselor Seiler. Those were all taken and left as one.
I would like to make a motion to approve the remaining special amusement permits that have not yet been addressed by the council this evening.
Love it. Motion second, discussion. Seeing none, a call a vote. Counselor Seiler.
Yes.
Counselor Shu.
Yes.
Counselor Katarina.
Yes.
Counselor Hamel.
No.
Counselor Anderson.
Yes.
Counselor Cushing.
Yes.
Counselor McGee, yes, to show that 6-1. Thank you very much. Before we take up our next item, there's been a request for a 5-minute break, and I can't say blame. So 5-minute recess. Thank you very much. All right. Thank you, everyone, for bearing with us through the recess. Our next item of business tonight is order number 24-033. It's a second reading on the proposed FY 2025 municipal and school budget. Tom, do you want to kick this off?
Counselor Anderson.
And Council Anderson, all right.
Sure.
As Chair of our Finance Committee, I just first want to, not just the chair, but also Councilor Shoup and Councilor Cushing from the Board of Education side, Board Member Gammon, Tarpinian and Long, correct? Is that excellent work with, of course, the administration on putting this together. Councilor Anderson, will you take it away?
Yeah. So again, it feels like it's been a lot longer than 2 months. And I know Councilor Shoup's been tracking all the hours and things that we've been doing with the budget. But essentially, after all the work that's been done, we've worked very closely with town and school staff and the board, as you mentioned, Councilor McGee, to see what we could do to sharpen pencils this year. Again, we started the year with a budget goal of a 5% net budget, or to be less than 5%. At first read, it came in a little bit higher than that, though the school did come in lower than 5% for their own individual budget. And I think we just need to acknowledge the fact that both the town and the school at the beginning of this process really did come in with, in a normal year, what would probably be a very great start for the budget process. And frankly, I think jokingly, some counselors had said if this was the budget that was proposed at first read, we wouldn't have had to spend the 20+ hours that we did trying to go through this. And really, I think we've all been very sensitive to the uniqueness of this year with the reval coming, the loss of the senior state tax program, all which are things outside of our control. But the one thing within our control is the budget, trying to balance the need to try and, recognize that this year, in addition to trying to keep town and school services whole by making sure that they're able to provide the services that our students and our residents come to expect from the town and the school, I think was a challenge. But I think it was one where, at least tonight, we will have an amendment to offer that I think is relatively reasonable, that tries to balance all of those different needs. We went through multiple steps through this. Initially, we had asked at the Finance Committee for the town to offer a $800,000 reduction in the school to try and find a 1.4 reduction. Through the process, when we had our workshop, the town exceeded that goal, I think, and got to about $1 million. And the school came in a little short, about 1.1 million at that time. And then at that workshop, we had asked for the school to come in and show us what a $1.9 million reduction would look like, and the town to come in at 1.4. The intent wasn't to necessarily have those adjustments. It was really to understand what it would look like. And so Tom actually on the town side was able to come in essentially at that goal with a $1.4 million reduction. And then after, at the last Finance Committee reviewing the school budget, they came in similarly around that one, or they came in and approved at their second read the 1.1. And then through the conversation, the Finance Committee motioned to amend the budget to increase that slightly to close to 1.4. So that's essentially the amendment that the Finance Committee will be proposing tonight. But again, the intent was to try and find that compromise this year to make sure we're considering the unique situation this year and trying to keep it as low as possible without causing any significant impact to services.
Thank you. I appreciate that summary. We have opportunity for public comment on this item. So if you are here and you'd like to speak on the budget, we'd ask that you just please approach the podium, state your name for the record. And just remember, you have 3 minutes. Be respectful. Welcome, Ms. Erickson.
My name is Mo Erickson. I live down at on Pine Point Road, down by Bailey's Campground. I do listen to their music on the weekends every night. So the reason I'm here today, this evening, is just to remind you guys that there are plenty of people in this town who are struggling to pay their daily bills, their taxes, and just survive. And I know that it's a difficult job to balance a budget for the town and the schools. But it needs to be done, just like in your own home. You have a budget that you need to work on and work with. And sometimes you have to make decisions that you might not want to make. And so everyone has to kind of tough it up. And I just want to remind you guys that if you are a homeowner in this town, you're probably going to see your taxes go crazy. And, you know, you say it's an exceptional year with the reevaluation and the loss of that senior tax bonus or, you know, discount or whatever it is. But, you know, every year there's an exception. Well, this year we're doing this, or this year we want to build a giant library, and this year we want this. But, you know, so every year, everyone has a budget they need to stay within. And I'm just really hoping that you consider, you know, cutting things that you might not want to cut. I know where I work for my health insurance, it seems like I'm always getting stuff cut. I always have to pay more. I wonder if the town employees, does that happen to the town employees or to school employees? Do they ever get stuff that they have to cut and then, you know, they have to contribute more? Maybe we don't get new carpets, because I know I don't get new carpets every year. My computer's slow. I still have to deal with it. So there are just millions of things that I'm sure we could all think about that we want, but we just can't always have. And I think this is a year to really think about ways to trim this budget. So our property taxes and the opportunity to continue to live and afford to live in Scarborough stays within reach. Thank you.
Any other public comment? Ms. Bristol, welcome.
Good evening, Allison Bristol, 6 Bayview Avenue. I came to make a correction out of what I spoke about at the last meeting when Councilor Anderson was talking about mill rates, and I was sitting in the back of the room, number crunching, and I was coming up with if I were average, a 12% increase. So I called quick like a bunny. I called Nick and said, did I calculate this correctly? And I had not. I had double dipped on the 4.75 shift from commercial to residential. So I wanted to correct that record. However, I would say it's probably more like an 8% increase if you're average, factoring in the fact that we're going to see homestead exemption money coming back. And again, that's average. But the other thing I wanted to speak to, first of all, again, I want to thank Nick profusely. He's been tremendous. And I know it's just beginning for him that the minute the assessments hit the mailboxes, you know, good luck. But he's really done a tremendous job. But the one thing I wanted to comment on was at the very beginning of the reval process, one of the mantras was, it's not the reval that increases your taxes, it's the budget that increases your taxes. And so, but of late, even this evening with Manager Hall's comments, he talked about an increase exclusive of the reval, or Councilor Anderson has written about the impact of the reval. Even in the newsletter, Chairman McGee talked about the impact of the reval. So if we're going to see the impact of the reval, it just says to me, we haven't reduced the budget enough to say that it's not the budget, it's not the reval, it's the budget. So, you know, I mean, I'm assuming the cake is baked, that tonight's it, but it is going to be a reval impact. But from the very beginning of the whole reval process, the message has been, it's not the reval, it's the budget. And then the other thing I wanted to add quickly was, in looking at the agenda item attachments tonight, it wasn't really easy to follow where the cuts, municipal cuts were made. They were more kind of blanket percentages, where I think the school did an excellent job in calling out so the public could see it in advance of the vote, where they were making cuts. I don't think the town did that, you know, as detailed as I would have liked to have seen. So, and I think unfortunately, when the revals hit the mailboxes, you know, the only recourse that residents are going to have is to say no to the school budget or vote down the referendums for the equipment that the police department and the fire department need and that I would support. So, you know, again, it's the 11th hour and I don't know what more you can do, but I just feel like we don't have a clear picture of how the municipal side of the budget arrived at where it is. And if there's anything more that can be done, that would be great. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Ms. Bristol.
So, my name is Galen Ritchie, no relationship to Joe Ritchie, the former owner of Scarborough Downs. But I grew up in Central Maine and, I was definitely in an underfunded school. My parents did not and made sure to always prioritize my education and my siblings' education above everything else. And I feel very fortunate for that. So I'm here asking the council to ensure that we prioritize the school and all of the school resources that we can provide to our school system to make this a great place to live. I lived in Portland for years before this. We went through a reval. Actually, thankfully, I got out of Portland before I had the reval. But the reality is that the Portland school systems, although do the best they can, we moved to Scarborough because of the school system 4 years ago. I lived in Portland since 1995. Before that, like I said, I lived in Central Maine. I've definitely seen underfunded schools before. And I don't want Scarborough to end up like that. I definitely want my children to grow up in a great place. And if we can't invest in our children in the future, then what are you investing in? Just tomorrow? That's what you have to be here for, is for tomorrow. And we want our children to think of Scarborough as a great experience for them growing up and have a great school system. So please prioritize it.
Thank you, Ms. Ritchie. Mr. Pritchard.
Jim Pritchard, Maple Avenue. I cannot support this budget, mainly because of fund balance being used, TIF money being used. Eventually, that's going to catch up with us. If we have that kind of fund balance that is projected in this budget, that tells me we're over budgeting and we're paying for it. If we use $1 million in fund balance, that should be deducted from last year's appropriation and then put the percentage on top of that. It's going to be a lot more than what you're saying it is. That $1 million should come back to us. It shouldn't go into a kitty to be used for different projects or whatever it is it's being used for. It's just amazing that we've got that kind of fund balance that we're using year after year after year. And we're paying for it. And you can't get an explanation. When I raise it, it says it's allowed, we can use it. All well and good, use it. But how did we get that kind of fund balance? How accurate are these budgets? Especially with the schools. I've been looking at that school budget for a long time. The numbers just don't add up. That's the reason I will be voting against it. We need to have more clarity, more honesty with the budgets. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pritchard. Any online comment? Yes.
Duncan, you can speak if you unmute yourself.
Hi, thank you, Duncan Birch, 9 Fairway Drive. I'd like to thank the counselors for their hard work and the city managers and the budget people. But I'd like to echo the sentiments of Mr. Ritchie before me, where why are we taking away the shining jewel of Scarborough's stellar school system and chipping away at the facade and diminishing its value within the community and the impact upon its citizens? If 1 in 5 are of age to be in the school and they're not able to participate in these proceedings, they're being disenfranchised and they're being shortchanged. And we should really think about how we can support the school rather than diminish them by not funding, their needs. And this goes beyond it with the new school financing and subsequently the library that were also voted down, which all are educational initiative. But I came to Scarborough for the very reason of its reputation of school systems for excellence and wanting to strive for the best to help its citizens, achieve an education of value and of importance for their lives. And if we don't continue that, then I don't understand the direction of the council. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Birch.
Ms. Henry, if you unmute yourself.
Hi, everyone. I'm Abigail Henry. I live at 8 Longmeadow Road. I have a child at Blue Point and one at Wentworth as well. And my kids are 2 of the thousands of students in the Scarborough school system who will be acutely impacted by this year's budget cuts. The requested budget reductions represent people and programs that are integral to our children's academic, social, and emotional well-being. Acquiescing to any extra requested reductions this year places us on a dangerous track towards continued budget insecurity and ongoing deterioration of educational quality in the years to come. Council members, please consider your responsibilities to your youngest constituents. It's not fair that our kids, who have no formal voice in this process, should have their education undermined because of revaluation anxiety. Our schools cannot be scapegoats for our community's frustrations over tax bills. I ask that you please do not reduce the school budget by any additional amounts. Budget cuts hurt kids. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Henry.
Kristen, you should be all set if you unmute yourself.
Thank you. Council members, thank you for your leadership and service on behalf of our town. I'm Kristen Varico and I live at 23 Farmhouse Road, and I have 2 children, one at Wentworth School and one at Pleasant Hill. I'm here to ask you to prioritize our schools, much like the others, in this year's budget, because our schools are the backbone of our community's future. In fact, the Scarborough School District played an important role in our decision-making process as my husband and I searched for the perfect location to buy a home and start a family. By funding schools adequately, we ensure that our children receive the resources, the support, the opportunities that they need to thrive academically, socially, and emotionally, which I believe is our responsibility. And our school district can continue to be an attractive feature for prospective homebuyers, enabling strong property values for all homeowners in Scarborough. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Marico.
Ellen, you should be able to speak.
Good evening. This is Ellen Coughlin Quinn. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Great. I'm in the middle of bedtime, so I apologize. I'll be brief. My name is Ellen Coughlin Quinn. I live at 24 Tenney Lane. I have 3 kids, ages 9 to 4. And we chose Scarborough based on the schools. And I'm here to ask you to prioritize our schools in the budget because investing in education is investing in all of our future, in our town's future. Quality education is important to me, and it's important to our neighbors, and we believe it's the foundation of a prosperous society, fostering innovation, economic growth, and social mobility. And that's something that I think the town should invest in. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Coughlin Quinn.
Amy, you should be able to speak.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
So I'm Amy Crosby. I live at 23 Inspiration Drive and I also have two kiddos. They are both at Eight Corners Elementary School. I don't have anything prepared, so I'm probably gonna like speak a little emotionally here. But first of all, I just want to say I couldn't have said exactly what I wanted to say better than Abigail Henry. She nailed it. She's eloquent. She said all of the important points. But I think for me, I'm going to echo also what a couple of the other people said is I chose Scarborough. My husband and I chose Scarborough 5 years ago. Our kids were 1 and 3, and we really wanted to find a place to raise them. And we have never regretted our decision once in the last 5 years. It's been the best choice we've ever made. What is disappointing, because we did choose it largely based on the schools, is that ever since we moved here, I don't think that from the outside looking in, you realize the inner goings on of a town. So you move there, you hear the great schools and you move there. And then you realize, I don't even want to admit that I'm, quote, from away, right? Like that almost feels like now I'm wearing a scarlet letter that says like, oh, you're one of the people, you know, who come from away and you're ruining our town. Because there is this very like us and them mentality here. And it's such a shame. Like I was highly invested in the school project and like so many people super disappointed when it got shot down. And then when it comes to the school budget now, it's like, good grief, what more can we chip away here? Like the most important one, arguably one of the most important things that our town spends money on. I mean, like you didn't get the school, you know, you won people who don't want their tax bills to go up. This is life. You're not going to see your tax bill ever go down. I don't understand. I understand there's a revaluation. We moved here in 2019. Our home was revaluated almost immediately after we moved in, and our tax bill went up $2,000 a year. That wasn't easy to shoulder, but I understand the implications of owning a home anywhere and that this happens everywhere. Scarborough is not some unique situation that's experiencing growth. This is what happens in towns. And for people to be so resistant to the most like vulnerable population who can't defend themselves, to me, it's just really frustrating. It's really disheartening. And I'm really tired to have to keep fighting for it, but I'm here to keep fighting for it.
Thank you, Ms. Crosby.
Alyssa, you should be able to speak.
Hi, my name is Alyssa Peterson. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Wonderful. I'm at 41 Woodfield Drive. I have kids 3 and 5 about to enter the Scarborough school system at Blue Point. I'm here to strongly support the school budget. I think those prior to me have said it beautifully. I can't really say it better myself, but I really don't think that a child's education and therefore truly the longevity of the health of the community is really a place where budget cuts need to be any further made. I think our teachers, we need to stand behind them. We need to stand behind our school system and the health of our community. I won't take up any more time due to the fact that those prior to me have said it so beautifully, but I do want to strongly support the budget as is and strongly encourage not to make any further cuts.
Thank you, Ms. Peterson.
Online.
Okay. We have one more here.
Thank you. Kristen Zubrow from 22 Farmhouse Road. I have a first grader in the school system at Pleasant Hill. And yeah, I'm probably going to echo a lot of what everyone has already said, but I think it's important because I think some of the parents have received feedback that we are not always able to show up at these meetings because we have a bunch of other things going on, just like all the council members as well. So first off, thank you guys for everything that you do, and thank you for the amount of work that you've put into the budget. I know that it's not an easy feat, and I respect the citizens that have also expressed their concerns about managing their budgets, and I'm not making light of that. The concerns about taxes increasing are real concerns. And that being said, I don't think the school budget is where we need to make further cuts. As a society, we have to provide the best education that we can for the kids. And I echo what a lot of the parents just said. I don't know why there has to be a fight for the school budget every year. We also moved to Scarborough because you could read about it even online. Coming from out of state, we moved here about like 7 years ago, and Scarborough was touted as one of the places that you wanted to be in Maine for the school system. So I think we have to continue to keep that up. And for the people who have cited concerns about what is like going on with the school budget, I will say I think that's posted pretty clearly online, and you can go through item by item. The teachers are great, and I love the school. I'm not hating on that in any way. It's just that they need to have the funds to do the job to take care of the kids. And if they don't have the funds, they can't do the best job to serve the kids and serve the community. And so I will also just kind of wrap up there with just the quote. There's an old Greek proverb that says, "A society grows great when old men plant trees whose shade they know they will never sit in." So sometimes we have to make sacrifices for the next generation, and that's what I'll be doing. So thank you guys very much.
Thank you, Ms. Zubrow. Any other public comment? Seeing none, I'm going to close public comment. Do we have a motion? Counselor Anderson.
So second.
I have a motion and a second. Discussion. Counselor Anderson.
Yep, I would like to motion to amend the budget based on the items that are in the packet that came out of the finance committee. I don't need to go through those, do I?
State the total.
Yeah.
The
Total
total adjustment of 2.8.
14995.
14995.
Sound right?
Yep.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Discussion. Counselor Anderson.
Yep. So, unfortunately, when we get to this point of the process, we tend to spend a lot of time focusing on adjustments and reductions. And I think it's important that we spend a little bit of time talking about what this budget does fund, because it is an investment in our community at the end of the day. And so, what we talked about at the very beginning of the process was that wages were the most important thing that we wanted to make sure that we maintained our investments in. And so this budget is investing in approximately $4.9 million in wages across the school and the town, for teachers, for ed techs, bus drivers, food and nutrition workers, our public safety, public works, non-union employees. And so the people are really kind of the backbone of the budget for our town, because we're a service organization and it's the people who provide that service. And I think paying them those competitive wages and making sure that they are where they need to be is super important to drive quality, both in what our teachers and school provide the students, but also what our town officials provide in terms of public safety and other areas. It funds about $1.6 million of different things that support council goals. We increased the GPA as it relates to housing and homelessness, and also created a special fund for our social services navigator to use in emergencies for people that don't necessarily qualify for GPA. There's money in there for traffic calming, about $65,000 in terms of investments in capital, but also in money to help with traffic calming, which has been important to residents. It continues to improve traffic with $1 million going towards a Muzzy Road traffic improvement signal. It advances our transportation study, which we know is one of the biggest concerns that came out of our survey. People want to see traffic flow improvements, and this investment will help bring those to life. In terms of climate change, we're taking the next step from our vulnerability assessment and investing in a climate action plan. As well, in the community survey, we often heard a lot about sidewalks and needing better sidewalks. So it funds $180,000 in sidewalks rehabilitation. As it relates to quality education, we're essentially funding up to 15 plus positions, most of those being 11 required positions for new ed techs that are required to support the incoming kindergartners, as well as making additional investments to help with COVID and the effects of social emotional learning. We're continuing to invest in special services in Scarborough, $100,000 increase in tuition, with a net increase in that budget overall by 1.6 million. We're continuing to support the school solution that the committee is working on with $500,000 going to contractors essentially to help shape that next step in the project, as well as investing in school staff development. There's a lot of contractual and inflationary things that the town and the schools both had to respond to. Not all things within our control, some things legislated by the state, while also dealing with essentially $1 million in lost revenue from the town side for revenue. We're required to fund paid family leave a little bit more than we have in the past. There's accrued sick vacation that we're obligated to pay, health insurance adjustments, IT contracts that are becoming more expensive for operations and maintenance that we're contractually obligated to pay, inflationary impacts to public works for their tipping fees, as well as a county tax increase. And all of those mandatory things cost $2.2 million. So we are investing in our community, we're investing in our schools, we're investing in our town. And what's remarkable is that at the end of the day, this budget, including using fund balance, would only be a 0.3% tax increase to our residents, which honestly is quite remarkable given the inflationary impacts, as well as the investments that we're making to continue to provide quality services, mostly at a level rate compared to today. So again, I just think the amendment that the Finance Committee put forward did try and take into consideration all the different needs of our residents. Those who are on fixed income, who are going to struggle to pay whatever increase we offer, as well as the students to make sure that they're getting the services that they want. And so a lot of the conversation today, funny enough, has been about finding compromise, which means when you do that, sometimes everybody's a little bit unhappy. And I feel like I'm not super happy about this budget. So I'm a little unhappy. And to me, that means it's probably a fair and reasonable budget, and one that I think continues to take into consideration the unique year, but also make sure that both the town and school is able to provide the services that are needed to continue quality support for our community.
Thank you, Counselor Anderson. Counselor Shoup.
Sure. So I am on the Finance Committee and I did not support this budget that came out of the Finance Committee meeting last week. I just want to clarify, it did get supported 2-1, but I was the dissenting vote. I'm very uncomfortable with some of the cuts that have been made. You know, as a council, we had a goal of a 5% net budget increase and we met that goal and the school came in below it and then we changed our mind. I was uncomfortable with that change. I do not think that was fair. I don't think that was really appropriate. I'm concerned that, you know, I understand that we weren't keeping up with the revaluations, but we are supposed to be doing them pretty consistently every 3 to 4 years. I don't want to set a precedent that every time we have a reval, suddenly we're just going to have a very low budget. I'm extremely concerned that part of the reason I ran was we're not keeping up with growth. This budget is not keeping up with growth. This is continuing us slowing down, keeping up with the growth. We have enrollment studies being shown to us. We already have an increase in enrollment and we are not keeping up with it. I'm very concerned about the cuts that were made. We're going to be playing catch up, I think even more next year, considering I think how unrealistic and how low this goal is, the budget is. You know, I understand it's all about compromise, but I would say, I will not count how many emails I've received, but I would say more than 80% of the emails I've received have been from residents who said, please do not touch the school budget. Everyone, I would say more than 80% of the comments that we received tonight were people who were saying, please do not touch the school budget. You know, we had a budget, they went in the school board and they had their meeting and they came out and they made their 1.1 reductions and I was willing to support that. I did not support what is being proposed right now.
Thank you, Counselor Shoup. Any other discussion? Counselor Hamel.
Yeah, I also do not support this budget, although they made great progress on both sides, considerable progress. I'm still hung up on a number of things. You know, number one is the use of fund balance. Number two is the fact that if you kind of look around, we made some reductions, but those have basically been reductions on net budget increases. They have not been, year-on-year reductions in expenditures. So, I mean, in order for me to support a budget like this, and I've said this consistently, we mentioned the fund balance thing. I think this is a year that we should have been flat, and that, and I know that we really brought those numbers down, but we continue to use the net budget figures, which I think we should be using gross budget figures. And finally, we should be flat in terms of major capital expenditures. I mean, those are the only things I think that are going to help position us better for the future. I know it puts a lot of pressure on the schools. I think actually the schools have done a better job of committing to what we said we were going to try to do than we have on the town side. So I do not support the budget for polar extreme reasons that do depart from what the folks on the school side are be saying.
Counselor Cushing.
Yeah, well, I support this budget, not because I like it a lot one way or another, but because I think that it represents an honest effort by the Finance Committee to listen to a variety of constituencies and to weigh the needs of this community in the balance. I listened very carefully to see if the concessions we asked for on either the town side or the school side were going to impose any serious harm, particularly on the education side. And I think that when I see in a lot of the emails that $800,000 extra we asked for, I asked for it. I think Councillor Anderson, Councillor Shoup, Councillor McGee asked for it to see what the impact of those changes would be. And I don't think it's unreasonable for the governing body to ask, show us what these things mean so that we can make informed judgments. And in the back of my mind on the school side was, do I really believe that the changes that we are asking for are going to impact the quality of education? And as we got into it, I was persuaded that some of them might. And so I was willing to moderate my position to half that number and to get where we are now. But I think to say that it's wrong to think that because we are asking for some additional fiscal discipline on the school side, that you're not supporting education. In fact, you could interpret it to the contrary. And that is that I was a supporter of the school bond and worked hard to see it pass, but it failed 2-1. And that was a powerful message that people in this community sent. And we still need a new school. And so we're going to be back to the taxpayers again, asking them to fund a new school. And so it seemed reasonable to me in this year that it would be important to show a little restraint on the school side. And the notion that the council would always give the school everything they want or be accused somehow of not being supportive, I think is faulty. On the town side, I would have preferred that, in fact, across the board, I'm very sympathetic to the fact that people who are out there working for private companies are not enjoying the kinds of cost of living increases and the like that our town employees appear to. I think it would have been reasonable to ask for some concessions, and I said that on more than one occasion, but I didn't get my way. So the point here is that this is a compromise budget. I want to make one more point, and I want to be clear that this budget does include, to get the tax rate lower, a use of $985,000 of fund balance. So the number that you see before you includes that. I think we should take it out and discuss it as a separate question. So, but I will leave that to the chair and try to keep the cat from, I think the cat's telling me to shut up, so I will stop there.
Thank you, Counselor Cushing. Counselor Caterina.
Okay, here we go. I watched that second finance meeting, or, well, I shouldn't say the second, the final one where they came up with this, whatever they came up with here. And I have to tell you, I have never almost gone through the TV at a finance meeting before, but I really wanted to. So I'm just gonna put that out there right now. I was not a happy camper by the end of that meeting. I am a big believer that budgets, whether it's your family budget or your town budget or your state budget, they reflect your values. What do you value in this world? So I'm going to start with that. Scarborough, for some reason, thinks that, I don't know, there's this element of Chicken Little. They run around, oh my God, the sky is gonna fall and all, you know, everything's gonna fall apart and we're all gonna die and I don't know, we're all gonna go bankrupt. I don't know. I've been listening to it now for 10 years and I'm still waiting for the sky to fall. And it hasn't fallen yet. As a matter of fact, this was the best budget initially I've ever seen from either the town or the schools. They were listening. They know there's a reval coming up. I'm one of those seniors who, guess what? I didn't have to pay all my taxes last year. They got frozen. So, because of the state, and I'm not even going to go down that because that was a boondoggle to begin with. But that being said, so now I know I'm going to pay back what I didn't. I'm going to owe what I didn't pay last year, and I'm going to pay what I'm going to have to pay this year. Someday I'd like to retire. But you know, and I will eventually, but I'd probably be bored, so I'm not going to do it right away. But that being said, I get that there are people in town who struggle mightily with their daily expenses. I see them, I know them. I've been knocking on doors recently. If I haven't shown up at your door, watch out, I may. But the thing is, I've been talking to folks, and overall, I have been hearing from people that they thought this was a really good budget. They're scared of the reval. They're not looking forward to Mr. Clear's announcement whenever it's coming out in a couple of weeks, but they get it. But I also heard concern about the schools and the school budget and our future. And we need to invest in our future. And for those of you who know me, I was a teacher once upon a time. I know what it's like to be a teacher and not have everything you need or want. And teachers are awesome at being able to really deliver and deliver well, even under those sort of circumstances. But, you know, year after year after year after year, we're asking, you know, the parents and the kids, oh, do less, no, do less. So I don't like this budget particularly. The thing that really bothers me though is there's no wiggle room. I've been given absolutely no wiggle room to say no tonight, I don't feel. Because one of the speakers spoke about how people are gonna get their revals and then they're gonna go in and vote no. So then what do we fall back on? My original intent was to say, to heck with my good friends on the council, who I really like very much, and say, no, we need to go back to the budget that we had before you guys, you know, started pulling the rug out and changing the numbers and saying you wanted more and more and more. But I'm feeling like if we did that, we're going to get a definite no. So I will be supporting with my nose plugged the numbers that Mr. Anderson and the committee brought forth under duress, because I am very concerned that we're gonna get a no vote. And we need to have some wiggle room. And so I'm counting on people who support schools to get out there and vote. Don't stay home. Don't be too busy. Oh my God, I got travel, soccer, I got this, I got that. Well, the town hall's open long hours. You can get your absentee ballot and, you know, turn it back in by 8 o'clock on June 11th. I'm glad we're gonna separate the fund balance. My initial thought is I want to use the fund balance because it's taxpayer money. And it's one-time use. And again, I'm tired of the Chicken Little, you know, scenario that gets read out all the time. But I gotta think some more on that one. Because that may be our only card to play if we have a no vote. Because then we're gonna have to potentially go into that fund balance. But that's Jean Marie talking off the top of her head. But you have to, I wish you could have seen me. My husband's like, what the hell's the matter with you? I was wild. You can ask these guys. I sent an email out. I think it was steaming. But anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Katarina. For what it's worth, you know, seeing these in action, and they're never pleasant. For me, the key is balance, and that's always tough, right? So I've got 3 children. They attend our schools. I think our number one asset in this community is it's the staff. It's the people who teach our children. It's the people who take your garbage out. It's the people who run your community. This is where you invest. People are priceless, right? It's hard to replace good people. So we need to have balance anytime we approach a situation. Just as much as I would give my kid any opportunity in the world at any expense, if I could do it, I would totally do it. But then I also have to balance that against the person who is legitimately looking at their home and saying, if I take another hit here, I'm losing my home. I'm going to be pushed out of a community I love and grew up in. That's a real situation too. And this is why I say we need to reach for balance. I think this was an incredibly aggressive budget from the get-go. We knew what was going to happen with the reval. We knew how it was going to impact people. We had a really good idea. I think we pushed really hard. I think we forced a lot of tough decisions. But at the end of the day, I feel like this is as balanced as we probably were going to get in a no-win situation. And so with that, I'm going to support this recommended budget as it's been presented here. I do intend to bring forward a discussion regarding the use of the fund balance in this budget. I'm not 100% sure procedurally the appropriate time, but Councilor Anderson indicates that he is 100% sure procedurally when to bring that up. So I will defer to him on that. But that's my sentiment. It's not easy. It's never meant to be easy, but I hope we struck a balance here. So with that, yes, Councilor.
I just have one, I
Sure.
appreciate you guys' ability to compartmentalize the conversation and not be preoccupied with talking about the fund balance. I have my comments prepared, but I would actually prefer that we have the fund balance conversation first, and then I'm gonna make my comments about my overall sentiments about the budget. So if that motion is not happening, then I will go with my comments, but if it is happening, I would like to tackle that conversation first.
The fund balance was included in the proposed budget. The motion contains itself specifically to the adjustments by the finance committee that does not include fund balance. So it's not part of this motion, as far as I'm concerned.
I'm sorry, could you say that one
Yeah,
more
can
time
you-
for me, Tom?
Yep.
I propose the use of fund balance in my proposed budget. What's before you by way of motion are the adjustments proposed by the finance committee. They propose no change to the fund balance, and so that is technically not part of the motion in front of you. If that's your desire, I encourage you to act on the motion before you, and then you can certainly propose a subsequent motion after that, specific to fund balance.
And so just to be clear, am I showing a percent and change in tax rate of 0.3% without the use of fund balance?
Inclusive of fund balance.
That's
That-
with
that's
the
with-
fund balance. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, I apologize. I thought procedurally we were gonna have to make a motion to remove fund balance. Make an amendment to this motion to remove fund balance, but you're suggesting that it will be a separate motion.
I think it's cleaner if it's a separate motion,
Okay.
frankly.
Okay. Oh, now I have a decision to make. All right, I'll make my general budget comments then. And I wrote them down so that I wouldn't wander all over the map. The FY '25 budget marks my 6th budget as an elected official. In that time, I have served on the school board finance committee twice, the town council finance committee twice, once as chair. And in my off years, I have remained diligent in attending all budget roundtables, as many forums and meetings as I possibly can. So to say that I have quote unquote seen this one before is an understatement. I've debated the mill rate goals, net budget goals, geometric mean, bond rating, tax impact, no till zero, no too low, and everything in between. I've written articles, LTEs, made Facebook memes, and stood beside my husband dressed in a dog costume, waving a vote yes sign on the side of Route 1 with a baby strapped to my chest. I have voted in favor of budgets I didn't like because I appreciated the compromise that it took to get there. Tonight will be no exception. This year does, to me, feel like it has taken on a little bit of an uncomfortable feeling, however. I'm starting to see the return of some behaviors on both sides of the budget debate that I feel divide our community. Do I agree with every priority or every dollar spent? Of course not. But the demands to cut further spending are not in the best interest of our residents, and they far exceed the budget goals set by this council. On May 7th, the council received an email that has been weighing very heavily on me since I opened it and read it. And the authors of that email are influential members of a political action committee in this town who said to us as a council that we should strive for a flat mill rate budget to be achieved without drawing from fund balance, or that they would vigorously oppose any budget that does not achieve those goals. And to me, that is such a disservice to the work that has been done on all sides. And we are asking so many people, including, by the sounds of it, almost everyone at the dais is agreeing that this is a compromised budget, that they feel compromised. I know the school department feels like they're making compromises. And so to come out and to say to the council before we've even voted that if we do not achieve a flat mill rate budget, that there is a group in town that is going to vigorously oppose said budget, I just would really like to ask and frankly plea with these individuals that to give us credit where credit is due. This is a good, fair, honest budget. We have done everything we can to lessen the impact to our residents and to our taxpayers. And I just feel like setting that line when everyone else around you is compromising, it just feels really terrible. And like I said, it's been weighing on me since we got the email. And you know, now I'm going to wander. I have 4 kids in the district, and I have been an unabashed supporter of our school budgets. And so to sit here tonight and vote for a budget that equates to a 1.47% mill rate increase if this council decides to remove the use of fund balance, to me seems very fair. And so I'm asking for people on both sides, turn out that yes vote. School supporters, please turn out that yes vote And I would really love to see our community rally behind such a fair and honest effort to meet everybody where they are.
Thank you, Counselor Seither. Any other comments or discussion? Seeing none. I am going to call for the vote on the amended motion. Counselor Seither.
Yes.
One question. Can you just restate the amended motion, please?
The amended motion
It's within the
is,
packet.
Yeah,
yeah,
okay.
is to approve the total budget of 80. I'm
No,
sorry,
no, sorry, this is the amount of
that's
adjustment.
adjustment. So if I read from the
enough.
total tax levy, would that be the appropriate or would the for the amount 84,597,646? No, I'm on a different.
Need that number.
I'm sorry.
Yep.
Yeah, 84,597,646.
Yes.
So the amended motion is to approve a budget of 84,597,646. Counselor Seither,
Yes.
Counselor Shoup,
No.
Counselor Katarina,
Yes.
Counselor Hamel,
No.
Counselor Anderson,
Yes.
Counselor Cushing,
Yes.
Counselor McGee, yes, I show that passing 5-2. Thank you. We have a motion to remove the fund balance, use of the fund balance to the tune of $985,000 and
Yeah, that's the number.
yeah, just $985,000.
I'll second.
Motion in a second for discussion.
Yep.
Yes, Counselor Katarina.
Now reluctantly, I will support this, but please know that if we get a no vote, then I'm going to insist that this be put back in. Just know that. Thank you.
Counselor Katarina. Counselor Seither.
I advocated many times during the budget process to use fund balance. In my thinking, this is monies that we could use to offset the impact to our residents this year. I understand it's a one-time position. One of the things that Counselor McGee had brought up was that it would potentially create, a cliff that we would have to fill for next year. And I hadn't thought of it that way. And so that was a good thing, to bring awareness to. My counter to that in my own mind is, that we could use that fund balance to pay for something that isn't a reoccurring cost. And so when I frame it that way, I think of it as something that, maybe it's not going to be a cliff that we have to worry about next year. That being said, clear as day, I have heard from concerned residents that we should not be using fund balance to offset our budget this year. And so uncharacteristically, I have changed my mind and I'm going to vote in favor of removing this despite the fact that I advocated to keep it right up until this minute.
Counselor Anderson.
Yeah, I'm similar in that as the process has evolved and as we've gotten to the choices we've made for the budget, I felt like the fund balance was going to serve as a pressure release valve to help us get things as low as we could. But I think based on, what Counselor Seither said during your original comments about the amendment, like this is a really good and fair budget without fund balance at 1.47% in terms of impact to the mill rate.
Mm-hmm.
And, I hope people look at that at its own merit and recognize that some of the comments I hear tonight, like we don't want to be penny wise and pound foolish when it comes to making these choices, because whatever choices we make this year will have consequences next year. And so I think it's super important that we think about that and the decisions that we're making. The cons of using this, I think ultimately go back to, our fiscal policy of trying to raise our overall fund balance over time. I think we know we're projected to be in a healthy position. We also have some pretty big bond items coming soon, hopefully with the school. So having that fund balance be healthy at the time of needing to bond, even though I don't think it will have significant impact on our rating, at least gives us a little bit of room to kind of hopefully maintain, like with more confidence, maintain the rating that we have. When I look at the impact, like the big picture, as Jean Marie likes to say, when it comes to what's the impact if we add the fund balance or don't, we're talking essentially because of the 2 mill rates, you know, $6 a month for a person. So to me, while I think, especially for some folks, they would appreciate that, at least for tonight, I'm comfortable not having it as part of the budget, but I'm all with Jean Marie that if the budget fails, I'm 100% ready to bring it back into the conversation and apply it. But my hope is that we don't have to do that. My hope is that everybody in the community, regardless of where they stand, will see this as a very fair and honest budget and will hopefully support it, even somewhat begrudgingly, like many of us have tonight. So I'm going to support not having it in the budget.
Thank you, Counselor Anderson. Any other discussion on this?
Yeah.
Counselor Hamel,
Don, go ahead.
Counselor Cushing.
Yeah. Excuse me. It's the reason I'm home tonight. You know, I've heard arguments, pros and cons. I think what is most persuasive to me is that at the kitchen table, I think it saves, using that 985,000 saves 12 cents in the mill rate. And, you know, depending on what your evaluation is, you know, that might mean, you know, $60 to $120. I think having that money in reserve to use potentially to find ways to mitigate, provide some tax relief, for example, to people who are on the lower end of the spectrum, as opposed to just distributing it across the board, makes some sense to me. I honestly think that it's sort of neutral whether we leave it in or out relative to the bond rating. But on balance, I think it's better to have it in the bank right now than not for a lot of reasons. I think going forward, it seems to me that we should ask for budgets that do not include any use of fund balance, because for me, it's just been something that has confused the issue. It should always be a secondary question. Where can we get by using fund balance? It should be at the end and not at the top. So I'm hoping that we can learn that lesson going forward, but I am supportive of taking it out. And I want to highlight that to April's earlier point, that was one of the demands, if you will, of the folks who said they wanted zero budget and no use of fund balance. So I think we can say no use of fund balance. We did pretty well on the budget, and I would certainly ask that those folks might recognize that effort and convey that to their constituents. Thanks.
Thank you, Counselor Cushing. Counselor Hamel?
Yeah, this has been a long and winding road, and I'm pleased to hear the commitment to remove the fund balance. I think we're using it as a pawn, frankly, and I have to say I object to targeting any group or trying to point out any particular group in town and saying that somehow they, you know, need to kind of get with the party, because in this particular situation, and these numbers are going to come late, but what's happening with the reval is frankly a major structural shift. And I don't think that most people who are not in that cohort, who are not in that category, don't fully appreciate that. So I think we've made great progress. There's a lot to be proud of in terms of how much ground we've covered. There's still a tough road ahead, and I think that possibility that the fund balance is going to come back into the picture is troubling. I've stated my other reasons for, you know, why I will not be voting in favor of the budget this evening.
Counselor Shoup.
So I supported the fund balance in the budget, and I would say I supported it because we were presented a budget from experts who included it within it. So we had Tom Hall and our finance director who put the time and effort behind it. And I mean, there is a reason behind this. We have a financial policy, which we are dictated by, and also that financial policy affects our bond rating. So under our financial policy, we actually are getting kind of high in what the fund balance is. And so I think one of the concerns I expressed last week was if we don't use it, I would hate to be in violation of our financial policy next year because we didn't use it this year, in a year where we are trying to minimize the impact. I understand $6 a month doesn't sound like a lot to people, but I am also on a budget as well, and that is impactful. I take the advice of the experts. We have a memo within our information from our bond counsel. If he didn't think we should do it, I feel like that memo would have said that, because he would be sitting in front of us next year explaining why our bond rating went down because we followed his advice and it was wrong. I really want to minimize the impact on the residents this year, and I want to honor our financial policy. I don't know where the fund balance will end next year, but I think this is an appropriate use, and I support it.
Thank you, Counselor Shoup. I'll weigh in. For me, I think it was always nice to have it sitting out there in your mind that you had this flexibility to help bring a budget down within a reasonable area if you needed to. I think without the use of this fund balance, we are in a very reasonable area at under 1.5% change. So for what it's worth, I would prefer to see the fund balance remain intact and not use it this round, understanding full well that next cycle, there's probably going to be a lot of points in time where alleviating some of the impacts, whether we're talking about bond issues for the schools or even some deferred capital, improvement projects from this budget come due. So with that, I would say that I think it'd be wise to take the balance out for this round. So without any further comments, I'll call a vote. Yes, the motion was to remove the use of the unassigned fund balance. And Counselor Sather,
Yes.
Counselor Shoup,
No.
Counselor Katarina,
Yes.
Counselor Hamel,
Yes.
Counselor Anderson,
Yes.
Counselor Cushing,
Yes.
Counselor McGee, yes, show that 6-1. Thank you. With that, I believe we have put the budget to bed for the time being.
Well, that's as amended.
As amended?
still-
As amended. We're going back one more time
Yeah,
around,
one more
folks.
final vote.
All right, so we have a amended motion, twice amended motion, I believe.
Yes.
And so we're back to the main. Any discussion? Counselor Sather,
Yes.
Counselor Shoup,
No.
Counselor Katarina,
Yes.
Counselor Hamel,
No.
Counselor Anderson,
Yes.
Counselor Cushing,
Yes.
Counselor McGee, yes, I show that 5-2. Thank you again. We are on to new business. We have none.
One quick question. What happens if the budget is not approved?
At the ballot box.
Yes.
Then I believe we are back to a proposed budget. Is that correct? Or do we have time to rework it?
The charter has provisions for, in the event there's not a budget come July 1, but certainly the council and often through its finance committee would do further work and submit a new budget to the voters for their consideration.
So it wouldn't. So it would not revert automatically to the first read?
If we fail to put anything in front of the voters, it reverts to the first read.
Okay, so if you could stay with me just for an additional question, just for my clarity and possibly some close followers of this process. So what if that happens then? What if we are stuck with a first read budget, which goes wildly in the opposite direction?
I think the tax impact would be greater for the population.
Well, the tax commitment doesn't occur until late August, so presumably the council will continue its work and ultimately pass a budget. There'll be no near-term implications. It simply allows us to have funding to continue to operate. In the very unlikely event that you don't resolve this and the voters approve it before commitment, then that could present some challenges, but that has not happened historically.
So I recall one year in which we voted a budget multiple times, do you remember the circumstances of that? Because It was before my time, I think, but before 2018.
There have been at least two occasions during my tenure where it's taken 3 votes to validate the school budget. So the council continues its work. It's no fun. It's done through the summer months. But that's what's required. You need to vote and put forward a budget to the voters, and they need to validate it.
I hope we're not going to do that this time, but we'll see what happens.
They're here.
So we are on to new business. We have non-action items. Tom, do we have any?
No.
Item 10, standing and special committee reports, liaison reports. We have any committee reports this evening? No? Oh, okay, Councilor Siler.
I can just really quickly, Communications Committee is recommending that I write the June 1st e-news article. The topic being the budget. So I will try and digest everything that happened tonight and put forth
I
something
think you voted on it.
and put forth something for the June 1st, and then June 15th, Councillor McGee, we have been asked to co-author an article. And so I will touch base with you on the topic and what the Communications Committee would like to see us do.
That's exciting.
Yeah, I would just suggest for that article that you call it Counselor's Corner and no apostrophe, just, you know, that it's a joke.
Councilor Shu.
I just wanted to briefly mention that I know we got an email about beach fees, and the Community Services Rec Advisory Board actually has been discussing that. They are in the process of doing actually a substantial amount of research, and they will be coming with a recommendation. It's way too late in the season for it this year, and they want to really have reasoning behind it. So I just wanted to let you know that committee is working on it.
Thank you. Great. Councilor Hamel.
And I just had a very quick update from the Coastal Waters Committee meeting last night. That is that there's more work to be done in terms of actual language, but it looks like there was a consensus to use an annual mooring fee to stay on the mooring fee of $35 to carry forward over time and to be ultimately applied to getting a mooring permit, you know, once somebody clears the list. So there'll be, you know, more details on that later, but it was a good discussion, and that'll be coming.
No other committee reports. We can open this up to council member comments. Councilor Anderson.
Yeah, I think just, you know, for tonight, based on all the emails we've been getting, I think it's just more important now than ever that people actually get out and vote. Lewiston school budget failed yesterday. Only 1,000 of their 2,100 or 21,000 voters showed up. And so their budget failed. They had a significant increase on their mill rate, though. It was like a 10% increase. So, you know, I just say that just to remind folks that if they really care about the schools and are worried about the budget, make sure that they show up and vote. Like, that's the best way to impact this. Like, your feedback tonight was heard. But now it's up to you, the voters of Scarborough, to ultimately decide. And I just hope that it's not the same low turnout we saw last year. I think last year was a record low turnout for the budget, and it barely passed as a result, with no significant controversy or anything. And it was probably our highest budget that we've had since I've been on council at 3.77%. And so I just say that to say, show up, vote, 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 get people to vote. I don't care if you support it or don't, just vote.
Councilor Siler.
It's almost 10 o'clock. On behalf of the Sustainability Committee and the Conservation Commission, who are endorsing No Mow May, we have these lovely signs. If you're interested in having a No Mow May sign, you can go downstairs to the planning department, and they do have those so that you can proudly display on your front lawn. My husband absolutely cannot stand that I put this out, and then I will not let him cut down all the milkweed in our front yard. But he's just gonna have to, oh, it's beautiful. I love it. It's gone completely out of control now too. Yeah, well, it literally is taken over, but that's neither here nor there because it's staying.
Councilor Cushing.
Yeah, I want to echo Councilor Anderson's sentiment about getting out to vote. I want to acknowledge the fact that the emails to all of us were overwhelmingly in favor of support of the schools. And I honestly don't know how this council would be able to interpret a vote of the budget failing. Would it fail because we didn't put enough money in, or we didn't take enough money out? All we'll know if this budget fails is that it fails. And so if you are in the camp that you want it to succeed, that you think it's a reasonable compromise, that there's stuff you don't like about it, but you recognize that we put our best effort forward, then you should come out and vote for it. So that's my pitch. But in any case, vote. Thank you.
Council Caterina.
Yeah, very quickly, I do want to thank the Finance Committee for all their work, even though I was mad at you at the end of that last meeting. Thank you.
Yeah, I think
One
I'll
point. I just
close.
want to say, Jean Marie, thank you for the visual of smacking your face into the television. That made all of the efforts that we put in worth it. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll close this out by just saying thank you specifically to the Finance Committee, the amount of hours, and then also to staff, Tom, Norman, Superintendent Bruno, soon to be Superintendent Nato, and then of course Kate from the school side, as well as the Board of Education. The number of hours that goes into this, the amount of negotiations and discussions, it's no easy task. So thank you all for what you've given to this community, and regardless of how you thought this came out tonight, you cannot ignore the fact that the effort was monumental. So appreciate it. Go Celtics. Don't tell me the score of the game. I recorded it. With that, is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
Okay. All in favor?
Yes.
Good night, everyone.